Hello to everyone listening in Spotify land and YouTube land, wherever this may go. Welcome to another chat. Now, I know I keep going back to this, the aliens created humans background, because there seems to be more people interested in this. When I've done ones where it's just paranormal, Bigfoot, etc., not many people want to talk about it or ask me questions. Compared to the amount that listen to when I'm talking about the Anunnaki creating humans, I end up with like 300 people listening to the live, and then compared to 60 if I'm just talking about ancient aliens, paranormal, etc. So it seems to be the hot topic for people, which is the ancient aliens. And of course, I've done my fair share of research into it. I know there's people out there that will say, research what, you sat on your bum? No, it's not quite like that. 40 years of doing this. So and I've pointed out many things, and again, without sounding big-headed, touch wood, no one's debunked me on the things that I've pointed out. And I've pointed out things that no one else has pointed out. Quite a few things, in fact. So I'm quite proud of the research. Until someone obviously debunks me and says I'm wrong, I'll go along with that I'm right. But so this is new. I've just started doing the live, and I'm just waiting for people to join and ask any questions that they feel free to ask. So just to give you a bit of background for those of you who don't know, the aliens I'm talking about that created the humans are written in ancient tablets that predate the Bible. So we're not going to go by, when I talk about stuff, I don't go by the Bible, because there is older texts. Kicking has just sent a message saying, what do you think of the Russian book on aliens? I don't particularly know of a particular Russian book on aliens. I do know that they actually had the first crashed saucer ship, even before America did. And obviously Russia is fully aware of what's going on with aliens, and obviously have tried back engineering in their own craft themselves. So when it comes to a war between Russia and America, because obviously that's pretty much where it's going to end up if there was one, both of them know each other's capabilities. So it's not like, the problem we've got though is actually the Americans have actually got space fleets up in space. Now, if Russia had that, then there would probably have already been some sort of news from the whistleblowers that's told us about the American fleets, American Space Force, which has been going for quite a while now. I know, obviously, Trump sort of signed off and said, "Yeah, let's have an American Space Force." It's been going for a long time. So I'm not particularly sure on a particular Russian book on aliens, so I can't answer that. I'm really sorry about that. Atomic Roosters wrote, so we'll get I'm not sure. We'll get peed off that don't have the ability to reproduce. Oh, sorry, I'm just trying to read that. So we'll get peed off. We don't have the ability to reproduce. I'm not sure what that's referring to. Whether it's referring to the Anunnaki or humans that was created by the Anunnaki. Obviously, they allowed us to reproduce. They did cut our lifespan down, which was either done when we got the two fused chromosomes, and this was after the flood, which is when there was only a handful of people left. They decided to shorten our lives. Prior to that, the offspring of the Anunnaki lived up to 900 years. We know that from the ancient tablets, where they're talking about people like Noah, and also people like Adam and Eve, etc., or Adiparentity as they were originally called. So Ben Ford has wrote, so we never came from Africa. We did technically, yes. So the way it worked was the Anunnaki, again, 2 million tablets. They're not lying, because there's things in there that they tell us that we've only found out in the last 200 years. So someone knew about asteroid belts and Mars and ice caps on Mars thousands of years ago. And the only way you would know that is if you physically flew past it or had a hell of a telescope. And of course, back then we didn't have a hell of a telescope. So we have to go by the tablets and say that they're real, because the buildings they talked about, the structures they built, including Euphrates and Tigris, everything that they said, including statues of them, etc., is there. So we can't sort of pick and choose and say, no, they're lying on this. That would just be, it would be like religious people looking at the Bible going, well, I know it says sons of God, but I'm just going to pick Jesus and forget the sons of God. And I know it says gods in the Old Testament, and then in Genesis 1:27 they changed it to singular God. You know, picking and choosing. I don't do that. I go by, if the tablets say it and there's evidence of it, then it's anyway. So the way it worked for Africa is the Anunnaki came down. The actual race name was Elohim. They came down to mine for gold to sprinkle in their atmosphere, just like Bill Gates wants to do in ours, but not necessarily gold. So I know people say, oh, they want gold, how stupid's that? But Bill Gates wants to do it with chalk dust. So, you know, it's now we're even thinking of it. So it's not that stupid. Go back 20 years before people were putting, you know, suggesting putting stuff in our atmosphere, then yeah, it seems stupid, but now it's not so stupid. Anyway, Enki, we've got the tablets, I've read them out. Enki created a human species from a hominid in the Abzu, which is what they called, that later on they called it the, not the underworld, lower world, they called it lower world, which was basically South Africa. And that is where the first Homo sapien comes into it, because that's where they created it. Then they ended up creating 7 males and 7 females, more than likely dark skinned. The first one was red skin, or red as clay, that's what they say. Second one was pale, blonde hair, blue eyes, just like the Anunnaki that created them. But then they created 6 more males, 6 more females to interbreed with each other, so that they would have workers for the mines. So when you wrote, Ben, so we never came from Africa, technically we did. Yes, so Africa is the place we originally Homo sapiens came from. Al has wrote, who created the aliens? Chemicals. So you can look up now. Scientists have actually created life using 5 different chemicals. Don't ask me the names of them, the names that I cannot pronounce. But you can just look it up. They about 5 months ago, newspaper articles and scientific papers came out that they can actually now create life using chemicals. And of course, when you realise that everything, plants, mud, space, everything has chemicals in it, and that's not me just making it up by saying that. Go and do your research. Then when you realise that there's an abundance of different chemicals, then when you realise that those chemicals, if mixed together, just like the scientists have done here on Earth, creates life, bang, there you go. That's how aliens were created. I know religious people don't want to hear that, because they want to say God did it. But yeah, unfortunately, we've now got the evidence that we can do it. Winnie Woo has wrote, hi sir, Sunday night class, woohoo! Hi, I'm sorry it's the same subject, Winnie, that I've done before, but unfortunately, this was the one that seems to get the most viewers. But welcome anyway, I hope you're well. Kicking More Funk has wrote, thanks for the inventory. Thanks, it's an inventory. Thanks, it's an inventory. I'm not sure what that means, but I'll take it as a thanks. Atomic Rooster, this is live, everybody. I'm reading out every single question, so if you do post one, just bear with me. You'll get a proper answer, unlike, I don't know if other people do it, but I will give you a proper answer and just instead of just saying, yes, we come from Africa. No, there's no such thing as this, and and I give the evidence, where possible, and I'll point to it if you want me to. Atomic Readers wrote that there were 2 comments I was typing too fast. Oh, sorry. I do read out every single thing. Sometimes people actually, just to let you know, sometimes people put things on messages and TikTok removes them. So there's key words that they won't allow. I don't know what those words are, because people have to retype it differently. But so if it ever disappears, chances are you've typed in something that TikTok didn't like. It's not me. I'm way back on the question, so I wouldn't know what you've just typed. Gene Duffy's we as humans were planted here. Well, the The problem with that is you wouldn't have any evidence, and I don't mean it sound rude. It's just that's why I've got the followers I've got. That's why no one's debunked me, because I go by the evidence, and I'm not being nasty or anything. I'm just because if I say show me the evidence of them being planted here, you'll go, well, okay, Bible maybe, but of course I go by the original tablets, which literally were written by the scribes for the Anunnaki, which were human scribes. And they even put their names at the bottom of them. And different scribes worked for different Anunnaki. So Enki had his own scribe. Ra, Marduk had his own scribe, and so on. So when we've got 2 million tablets all talking about the same scenario, first ever language, thousands of years apart, all these tablets, no one's going to sit and carry on a joke for that amount of time, so we have to say that the tablets are genuine. And when the tablets literally, I've read out the bit where they say Enki says to his mother about the creatures that she suggested. In fact, it seems like, even though Zachariah Sitchin in the Lost Book of Enki makes it sound like it was Enki's idea, it actually, from the tablets, it's actually Enki's mother's idea. But anyway, so yeah, she suggests to him that he could create a creature to do to take the toil, and then Enki says the idea of that you suggest, mother, of creating creatures to carry our baskets for us, I will do that. And then he goes off with Nimna, his half sister, and they fail on about 6 or 7 tries, and then they finally get the right one. So I've kind of got more evidence than you saying that we were planted here. So I'd probably go along with me more than you. Sorry, Gene. I don't mean to sound rude. Yvonne's wrote, hi there. Hi, Yvonne. Someone's wrote something in a foreign language, which I can't read. I'm just going to translate it. The Quran states that Jesus formed a bird out of clay and breathed life into it, and it lived. Yeah, so the beautiful part of that, hopefully you're still listening, love, LUV, is when you read the original tablets, they have to break off a bit of clay. So predating the Quran by thousands of years. So one of them is probably more right than the other one. The older one or the newer one, the Quran or the older tablets, where it literally says, you can go and look up Oxford University website translations of cuneiform tablets, the ancient oldest tablets. Nimna had to break off some clay to help create the first man. So before the Quran, we've got the tablets, which the Quran obviously copied from. So you're right. Yes, it is that. Then the same person's done another message. Exactly the same one, just repeated. Missy's wrote, what about Mars? So Mars has been around since the Anunnaki wrote about our little solar system. So we've got a tablet in the British Museum, or tablets in the British Museum. Technically it's tablets, but we end up calling it one particular name, so it's a series of tablets. But we've called it the Human Release. And in that it talks about other planets here in our little solar system. And it also talks about how Earth was created by Tiamat's moon smashing into Nibiru, which is the home planet of the Anunnaki, that was a rogue planet coming into. Who writes this in the first ever language? Talks about our solar system a planet coming in from outside our solar system. You'd have to know that there is a solar system and another solar system to say it come from outside. Bang, straight away. Isn't that proof? Before the Bible, before anything, we've got tablets in the British Museum that talk about our solar system. To me, if I looked up in space, I would think it's just one whole universe, one whole solar system, one whole whatever you want to call it. But they knew. Anyway, so Mars, when the Anunnaki, long story short, when the Anunnaki came to Earth, they stopped. Enki stopped on. It was called Lahamu, I'm probably pronouncing it wrong, but that's go look it up. Anyway, yeah. So they stopped to fill up with water for their craft because their craft used water to actually power it, which was quite impressive. And so there was water on Mars at that point. This is 450,000 years ago. Then later on, when the Igigi, which were you'll all know them as the fallen angels, yay. They're the Watchers. Translates Igigi is Watchers. So forget the Bible. Just go read the original tablets. Anyway, they were on the away station, which is why they were called the Watchers, because they were waiting for the gold to be transferred from here to Mars. On Mars, there were creatures, because they talk about the creatures of Mars, or Lahmu creatures. And then eventually, long story short, the Anunnaki, the Igigi came down, stole women, because they never had any women, and Marduk was getting married to a human woman here on Earth, and the Igigi were upset, so they came down, which is the fallen angels now. They classed, even though they are Igigi, they came down, took women, and bred with them, and then we ended up Nephilim. But they, at that point, when after all the arguing backwards and forwards with the Anunnaki and the Igigi, or fallen angels if you want, they was going to go back to Mars. You know, they were allowed to go back. You know, they had a little bit of a ding dong with the Anunnaki, and a bit of a war went on. But eventually, the Anunnaki allowed them to keep the women. But when they went back to Mars, they found that the Mars had this dust storm that had covered over everything, which I don't know if it's still there now. I mean, I remember 20 years ago there was that eye of the spot on Mars which kept going around. I haven't actually checked since, but that would be the same storm that they're referring to, which would have probably then caused a hell of a lot of problems. So there was grass, there would have been food on there of some description: food, grass, plants, trees, water. So Mars is pretty impressive, and sadly died more than likely because of this dust storm that was on there. Ben Ford has wrote, so was Darwin wrong? No, Darwin wasn't wrong, he was right. The only creature on this planet that doesn't have, or shall we say has, a missing link is us. So when you listen to people and they say Darwin's wrong, no, all the other creatures, I mean, you just have to look at them to see it's survival of the fittest, and you know, creatures evolve. I mean, Hawaii had, when that was first formed, had all different creatures and plants to anywhere else whatsoever, and of course that was a volcanic island that sprung up 200,000 years ago. So God didn't come back and deliberately put creatures on Mars. On Hawaii, did he? Of course he didn't. So evolution is correct, but the only species that has a missing link is us, and that's because we've got fused chromosomes, because we were genetically modified from hominid and the Anunnaki, which makes a lot of sense. So evolution is correct, but also the missing link is correct because we was genetically tampered with. And in fact, I've done a video probably a few months ago now where it shows that scientists are now actually fusing mice, two chromosomes in mice, to try and get a slightly smarter version, which is exactly what the Anunnaki did to us, in order for us to be able to carry their, understand their commands about carrying baskets for them. Sorry, I just looked at the screen and it went all the way to the bottom. I hate that one does. This is live, by the way, everybody. I'm reading out every single question. I'll try and be a bit more quicker. 40 years of research. Do have a website if anyone's interested. I'm just trying to find where I was now on the questions. There we are. I'm back up to it. So if anyone's interested, outrohistory.co.uk. Have a Patreon page with different videos. Have 1,000 odd videos on TikTok if you want to follow me. Atomic Roosters wrote, aliens made us. The vax stops our reproduction. Will aliens God get pissed? Technically, so the gods are the Anunnaki, the Elohim, which was the name that the Hebrews used as plural, which is the Anunnaki. So they're not gonna. They're already dealing, according to whistleblowers, they're already dealing with military. So whether or not they're going to be angry that we're going to get down to 500 million, probably not. Now, other aliens have got a quarantine around us, so they're not allowed to like a prime directive. This is something I'd heard 20 years ago, 30 years ago, whatever it was. So if that's the case, then they're not going to interfere either. So the elites will do their depopulation program. I've heard remote viewers say what's going to happen, and lo and behold, everything is spot on. And this is, again, back in the 80s, I heard this, about the camps that they're putting out and the depopulation and everything else. It's all coming exactly as these remote viewers had said back then. So they've got to win. I mean, there's too many sheep out there that just follow. I mean, literally, we're allowing anyway. Yeah. Atomics wrote, sorry for my seemingly drunken typing. No problem at all. Jesus loves you, as wrote, Jesus is Lord. The problem with that, again, is we do have text that's older than the Bible by thousands of years, where it actually says the great Lord is Enki. In fact, they call him the great Lord Enki. There's other lords. There's it's not just one lord out there. Of course, we've even got things like Lord Shiva and Krishna and whatever else. But you've got to ask yourself, either the Anunnaki weren't aware of an almighty being, in terms of that the almighty being called Lord, because thou shalt not take the Lord's name in vain, if I remember correctly. Of course, they've got that written everywhere and on all the tablets when they're talking about. Just go to the Oxford University or any translations, and you'll see Lord Enki and Lord Enlil. But why are they lords? Why is Jesus not a lord? And you probably can guess the idea, because Jesus may have been a hybrid. Now, my conclusion, I may be wrong, said it the other day on a live, is that Jesus may have been a child of Marduk's. I'm still formulating it, I'm still trying to get, so don't quote me on that, but we clearly know that Jesus isn't the Lord in terms of the Great Lord, because the Great Lord, in terms of the oldest known text, that suddenly fully fledged language. How do you get that? A fully fledged language suddenly appeared here on Earth with a dictionary. Not dictionary. Dictionary. Yeah, they actually had a dictionary. Tommy Guns wrote, when I see things like Mecca, I think there's an Anunnaki sleeping inside. Laugh out loud. Well, I mean, the pilgrimage that they go to was a black meteorite rock in India, if I remember correctly. And then, of course, they built the housing around it. And, of course, the meteorites used to be called demons. So there's some significance there of why they would build something around it. Bill Beard has wrote, what aliens? So it's a race called Elohim, which we all may have heard of. Unfortunately, because of the lack of knowledge back in the day when people were translating these words, and I'm not talking modern times, I'm talking from Hebrew times, not recently. Hebrew, Aramaic, Assyrian, Babylonian, etc. When they were all copying off of other copies, they got things wrong. And of course, down the line, when there was no more Anunnaki flying around in their crafts, they had no reference to crafts. So when they start saying, thank you, Ashes to Ashes, but when they start talking about, chariots and stuff, we assumed they actually meant chariots as in, wheels and a cart. Yes, they did have chariots, wheels and carts, but the flying chariots that they talk about and the sky boats and things like that were actually we would call them UFO, but that was their craft. We've even got descriptions in the ancient texts of them, like the helicopter type one, and the Thunderbird 2 type craft that the wings actually come out as it comes into the atmosphere. In the first ever language. Dorian Drago has wrote, really? Question mark. Yeah. So either the 2 million tablets are fake and I had someone the other day put a post up saying, you're going to laugh at this, I don't believe it. So I said, okay, what about the 2 million tablets? Do you think someone went round, as a giggle and put those all out and pretended that there was a species that knew about asteroid belts and heaven, which was space? The translation should have been space. And then the person wrote back going, I don't know. And the problem with that is because he's done no research. So that's what I'm trying to do here. I'm just throwing it out there. If people are interested, go look it up. If you want to believe in Jesus and an almighty being. Now, the Anunnaki did talk about an almighty being. They talked about the creator of everything. What that is not in the Bible. Thank you, Peggy, for the rose. So they talked about the creator of everything. What that is, no one knows. It's not in the Bible. The Bible literally copies the stories of... In fact, there's even stories of Gilgamesh in the Bible with the brother that's a hairy man, would rather stay with the animals, etc. That's Enki. Now there was a researcher on Coast to Coast. I was out today and I was driving back and I was listening to an old 2006 broadcast on YouTube of Coast to Coast with this researcher, and someone rang in saying, "Oh, what about this? The hairy man, blah 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 blah," and the researcher didn't know it was Enkidu. And he goes, "Well, and he waffled on about something and sort of changed the subject because he didn't know." And I'm thinking, wow, I have been on radio stations. The only one I haven't been on is Coast to Coast. But to me, it's quite apparent that not a lot of people really know what they're talking about. Sorry. Some sort of funny alien type name has wrote, very possible they walk BW us, but we cannot recognise them. Well, the Anunnaki are 8 to 12 foot tall, so we would probably spot them, I would have thought. And to be honest, they probably wouldn't want to walk amongst us. I mean, when you look at everything that they ever done, they had their own temples, they had intermediates between humans, which was the priests, especially in the Egyptian times as well, and in the Greek times and in the Roman times. So when the Anunnaki were in those different places, the 12 main gods, they had intermediates that would deal with, like a chain of command sort of thing. So I can't imagine them wanting to walk with us. TikTokers wrote, I'll believe in aliens when a human leaves Earth's atmosphere. So this is live, everybody. I'm reading questions, but I read every single question, which is why I'm behind on the questions. So it is live. It's not a copy. When a human leaves atmosphere. So let me ask you, TikToker. So back in the 90s, NASA, I know you're going to say NASA lies, and they do. But let me ask you this question. Everybody, TikToker's going to reply if they're still here. And I know what the reply is going to be. I do this all the time, and I know exactly what's going to happen. So TikToker, can you explain why in the 90s NASA had live... Oh, it scrolled all the way to the bottom. Mullane's Road, are you making fun of anyone? I'm just about to. TikToker. A regulator's just sent me a rose. Thank you. I'm just scrolling all the way back up. I hate it when it does that. I think there was too many questions. I hate it when it does that. So it stops me from reading all the way back up. Anyway, so TikToker, can you answer this question? Back in the 90s, NASA used to have live streams from its space station. And thank you, Brooke. And UFOs used to be seen in those footage of the live feeds. And when those UFOs were flying around, the footage got cut. In other words, NASA cut the live feed. And we know why they cut the live feed, because there was UFOs flying around. So answer this, TikToker. When you say we haven't been to space, why would NASA fake? Now, they now fake it. They do now fake it, I give you that. And the reason why they now fake it is because if they do it live or even show real footage, there's a chance there's a bloody UFO flying around. So now they fake it. But unfortunately, people don't think like that. The people like yourself, that they just go along with NASA lies, therefore they've always lied. So if you could just reply, everybody, TikToker's going to reply with the answer to why NASA deliberately faked UFOs in their own footage back in the 90s, even though they didn't deliberately fake it, it was real, and then deliberately cut the feed. I would love to know your answer to that, TikToker. Okay, moving on. Charlene Scott has wrote, so I've missed a lot of questions, forgive me, it's not me, it's TikTok. They don't allow me to go as far back up as I was, so I think it was too many questions. So now I'm a bit nearer to time. So it's not me. I will read out every question if I could. Charlene Scott wrote, have we been intentionally distracted? Maybe aliens have been hidden on Earth all along. So the only aliens on Earth that I'm aware of would be Winnie Wooers wrote he got a taxi. Yeah, I didn't think he would stay around. Thank you, Winnie, the TikToker person. Oh well, but thank you for that, Winnie. So yeah, the only aliens I would have said would have been the ones in the Vatican, and I know you're probably going to say, hang on a minute, what? From my own research, it leads me to believe that the demigods, in other words, the offsprings of the Anunnaki and humans, the last place they were at in terms of where we can follow their trail was Rome. And suddenly, lo and behold, we end up with a Vatican City, just like the cities that the Anunnakis would have built in the first place, back thousands of years before that. So if there was any Anunnaki, that's where, or any offspring of the Anunnaki, that's where they would have been. The only other record I've got in my head from aliens actually living among us would have been the recent hybrids that the little greys have done. Well, I say greys, they're the ones that capture, but it's normally the tall whites. But anyway, the hybrids where the greys took humans, implanted them, come back, the person ends up being pregnant and then getting taken away again, the baby's removed, and then the person's put back in their bed or whatever, and then they go back to the doctors and say, hey, listen, you told me I was pregnant even though I'm a lesbian and I've never been with a bloke before, and you told me I was pregnant and we did the scan, can you check again because I think something's happened to it? And the doctors check again and they say, yes, gone, totally gone. And of course the lesbian woman, this is a true story, and the lesbian woman whose partner thought she was cheating with a guy because she got pregnant. Of course then she went and had hypnoregression, etc., and found out that she was abducted. So they're the only aliens that would be walking among us, and they look like us now because they are basically genetically somehow us, from whatever the whatever the little greys had done. When I say little greys, you know what I'm talking about. User 819 has wrote, you don't even know, but you're referring to the Black Stone. Yes, that's what that's the Indian thing that I was just referring to earlier. Yeah. And when you say you don't even know, I kind of do, otherwise I wouldn't have been referring to it. Neonomian has wrote, how do you think wolves hunt? Not sure what that's got any relevance. I would probably say in packs. Blue Pez has wrote, angels sent here first. No, there's no such... Okay. Blue Pez. Okay, so let me just educate you. And I don't mean to do it rude. So if you're going to quote something, do the research. And I only say that because I do, and I suggest people do it so they don't look silly when people like me pull them up on it. So the actual translation of angel that they translated into the word angel from Hebrew was messenger. So then you got to ask yourself, okay, thank you, Winnie Pooh. Sorry, I know you've probably given me that because I'm destroying someone, but I don't mean to. So then now you've got the word messenger. So now you've got to say, okay, does messenger mean, people with wings and that can actually breed with humans? And I know religious people will say, well, they can convert themselves into a physical form, and they can, play basketball whenever they want, and basically make up a load of crap that, and I say crap because it is, you make up whatever it is to fit your agenda. And I'm not saying I'm just saying religious people will make up however they want the angels to be to fit whatever they want them to be. I've heard it. I've listened to radio programs where religious people are chatting about angels, and one of them said, yeah, they manifest into a human form. I thought, you've got no evidence of that whatsoever. None, zero, zilch. And you're coming out with that crap. Now, I say crap because we've got the actual tablets of the messengers. Hang on a minute. That means the angels are, yes, you guessed it, Anunnaki. Okay, so what does it say about them? How do they fly? Well, they actually have craft. Really? The archangels, yes. The pilots, yes. You can actually go and read the translations. They do the same things that's in the Bible, but as named as messengers, which is what the actual Oh, our true history. You're amazing. I'm going to start following you. No problem at all. Thank you, Andrew Smith, for the rose. I do get facetious. I know I do, but sometimes you have to sort of shake people to wake them up. It's just done it again. It's scrolled all the way to the bottom. Thank you, Angie. You don't have to keep giving me stuff. I do this because I enjoy it, and thank you, Willie. I do hate TikTok when it scrolls me all the way to the bottom. Okay, so Farah's wrote, yes, and genetics from Aniote still exists. I'm not sure what Aniote is. Aniote? I don't know what that means. I don't know if that's like a spelling error or something. Sorry. Sausage and Bellens has wrote, written language had to start somewhere. Doesn't mean it suddenly appeared. Well, it does. There's zero, unless you can find one, 0 versions of the oldest Sumerian cuneiform that is partly done. They're all perfect written. The only way they're not perfect is where the chips off of the clay and stuff like that. So if you can find an earlier language where someone was knocking it out, even if they got it slightly wrong, where they sort of maybe spelt it wrong or something like that, if you can find me that, I'll believe it. But until then, it's a fully fledged language. Sorry, it is. Chop Network has wrote, I agree. Thank you. Hopefully you'll agree with me as opposed to the person above. Andy's wrote, I was there. Angie's wrote, yes. Archangel, this is live, everybody. I'm reading out every single question. Archangels wrote, the Atlanteans were a race of beings that created the first humans here on Earth. Yeah, unfortunately, we actually have the tablets of the first creatures that created the... and also, Atlantis didn't come along until approximately 10,000 years ago, and the reason for that is because it was actually created by Thoth after the flood. And I know you probably don't believe me, go watch my pinned video, and in fact we actually not only do have the Emerald Tablets of Thoth that talk about Thoth and his Atlantean, we also have the Anunnaki, the way they actually build their cities in concentric circles, which is exactly where I say, so forget the Rishat structure, watch my pinned video on Atlantis, I nail it. Sorry to sound big-headed, but I do. I mean, literally, it's got Thoth's temple on there, which is the person in the ancient Emerald Tablets that say he was on Atlantis. So straight away, we've got Thoth in Atlantis. Egypt calls it the formerly known as Egypt's Atlantis. I got 14 points. Not from Plato. You can't trust Plato, because everything that people say about Plato, I can point out 2 or 3 different things that they don't bother pointing out where I can debunk whatever they say. So, truthfully, I am right. I don't mean to sound big-headed. Go watch my video. You can't debunk it because it's true. So when you say the Atlanteans were the race that created, technically, I could be nasty and say show me the evidence of that, because I can show you the evidence of Enki and Nimna. I could show you the evidence of that. But you will not ever be able to show me the evidence of a race called the Atlanteans, because it was the Anunnaki. Just scrolling down. Not too sure wrote, this bloke's cooked as mate, with a laughing face. No problem at all. No worries. I'm not everyone's cup of tea. Chop Network was wrote, I agree with him. Hopefully you're not agreeing with the person that thinks I'm cooked. Hopefully you're agreeing with me. Thank you. I mean, you just have to do your homework, but the people that don't do the homework will say whatever. It's the same as anything, really. User 29 has wrote, Jesus, no Lord Sanat Kumatra from Venus created humans from, I'm reading it how it's pronounced, HU space mans, from animal man. Again, user 29, I could just simply say, right, everybody, user 29 is going to reply with exactly where he's got that information from. Everybody, user 29 is replying now, and there's no reply. You won't get a reply. or if you do, it'll be some rude comment, or it'll be a deflection. That's what happens. This is why people listen to me, because I point out things and they can't come back. Andrews wrote, look in the Idols picture aircrafts. Yeah, there are ancient pictures. You've probably seen old paintings and things of UFOs, but the closest I think the Anunnaki craft are, and there's only one place that I've ever seen the same descriptions that match, is the carving above the doorway in Abydos with the helicopter and the what looks like Thunderbird 2 and whatnot. And they've all got different names. And this isn't me, you know, it's not just my research. There's other people out there. I independently research, and even though I do read Zecharia Sitchin's work and I've followed whatever he's done, trust me, I do not agree with everything he says. I do not. In fact, I've got Patreon videos that I've been putting up of his breakdown of various things, and I've been going through his various things saying I agree with this, and if I don't agree, I explain why. And, you know, I explain why with very good reasons why. It's not just like some people try and do with me. I don't agree, you're silly, you're stupid. I actually point out why I think Zecharia Sitchin's wrong. So anyway, Takashush has wrote, where did you do your research? 40 years, books, talking to mediums, clairvoyants, spiritualists to do with that side of things, remote viewers, obviously the original clay tablets, going to places, Greece and whatnot. I mean, I didn't do any university, and the reason why I didn't do any university, anyone with half a brain will know that the universities are normally funded by people like the Rockefellers, who tell you not to. In fact, they actively sack people, professors, etc., that start talking a bit about this kind of stuff. So there's no point in going to a university to learn, because you'll get less information than you will actually doing the research yourself. But that's funny. I've got scrolled all the way to the bottom, and I've got things over my camera just in case it tracks my eye movement to see whether or not I read. Thank you, Tartru, to see whether it scrolls automatically to the bottom, because it witnesses me looking at the screen, but I don't know. So it's basically scrolled all the way to the bottom. I'm scrolling as quick as I can to the top, because I hate not answering people's questions. Right, I'm nearly at the topic again. Just trying to find where I was. The cooked bloke. Okay, B has wrote, maybe aliens are interdimensional spiritual beings. But I believe there's a second dimension of some sort, possibly more. We've got no evidence of that. So what we do have evidence of is planets. We know there's planets out there, and we know the Anunnaki came from another planet, because thank you, Pandera, they literally say they come from another planet. So, and I've read the tablets out where Adapa is on their planet, and King Anu says send him back to his Earth. So we so while I agree there was probably some aliens out there that are interdimensional, I wouldn't say they all are. I mean, literally, Betty and Barney Hill, Betty drew the star map, which eventually ended up being Zeta Reticuli, which matched exactly where the Zeta Reticuli come from. So in other words, the Zetas were the ones that grabbed Betty and Barney Hill. So we've kind of got planets. So I know there's people out there that actually say all aliens are interdimensional, which is kind of a really stupid thing to say in my opinion, because we've got planets out there. We're on a planet, for God's sake. And when I say for God's sake, I'm on about me. Yes, I do identify as a god. Scrolling on, JM has wrote, and then they died. Yes, I believe the ones that was left here ended up dying, and it's now just their offspring, which would be the demigods, as we would call them, human, half Anunnaki. Farah has wrote, nothing is alien or new under the sun. Nothing is alien or new under the sun. You've got me on that. I don't know what that means. Fiona's wrote, God created humans. You've only gone by the Bible, Fiona, haven't you? Let's be honest, you've got no other evidence whatsoever other than a book that's translated from ancient tablets. And you know that's translated from ancient tablets because it says it in Genesis 5:11, if I'm not mistaken. So which one, Fiona? I know you want to believe in a God, but literally if I point you to the tablet where it talks about Enki. Oh, it's done it again. Scrolled all the way to the bottom. I hate TikTok. In fact, on my other phone, it don't scroll so much down. I'm back on the older phone. Really frustrating when it does that. So, sorry. Yeah, I was just saying, basically, there are actual older texts that say the same thing as the Bible. So, one of them's probably right, and I'll always go with the older one. Sorry. It's just back to where I was. I'm going to have to start using my older phone. Newer phone. But this is live, everybody. I'm reading out every single question. I do have a website, outrohistory.co.uk, if you're interested in watching 1,000-odd videos on all sorts of things, from portals to ghosts, which I've done a 4-hour documentary on that, and I think anyway. But Brian No has wrote, the rapture will be said to an alien invasion. The problem with that is same as what's his name? The prof. It's on the tip of my tongue. Sorry, guys. You know who I'm talking about. It's not Edgar Casey, the older one. Nostradamus. There we go. Got it. Sorry about that. The problem with that is he had what they call quatrains, and people can read into those quatrains what they want. And the problem is, back in... I know I keep saying the problem is, it just turns out there's a hell of a lot of problems with people's assumptions. Back in World War One, people were saying, the rapture's come true, we're all dying, and this, that, and the other. In World War Two, Jesus is going to come back because he's going to save us because the world's falling apart, blah, blah, blah. It's not... No. Basically, sorry. It's not going to happen. Another 1,000 years, people will still be saying the same thing, and another 1,000 years on top of that is... Kebelo has wrote, Paul Wallace is clued up on this. Paul Wallace is very good. Yeah, I've seen some of his videos. Andy Pollard wrote, Enki is God. You're, technically right. There was originally 12 Sumerian gods. Enki was one of them. He wasn't the highest. So when you read the Bible, if any religious people are listening, when you read the Bible, you talk about the highest. The highest would have been Enlil. They had a ranking system. And Enlil was the highest at 50. His son Ninurta was at 40, and Enki came in at 30, which I always found very sad, but that's just the way they worked it. Tina's wrote, God created the aliens and mankind, with loads of exclamation marks. Unfortunately, Tina, you're going by a Bible, aren't you? Again, you really are. There's no other way you would know. Get rid of that Bible. Imagine that Bible never existed. How would you know God created aliens and mankind? Tell me right now. You wouldn't. But I could tell you how the Anunnaki created humans, because we've got the tablets. And then you could say, well, the Bible's is a tablet, isn't it? Or parchment, or papyrus. But one of them's older than the other, and one copies the other one, and we know they've copied the other one. Go look up. I'll give you some homework. Obviously, you don't want to hear this, but go look up. And also, cuneiform parallels of the Old Testament. Just go look it up and then come back and say sorry. And follow me. But when you wrote God created aliens and mankind, the problem you've got there, again, the more problems, is there are animals on this planet. There's more animals than there are humans, especially different types of breeds of animals. So I know what you're really saying is God created mankind, but he also really created all the other animals as well, which is really weird, because why did he come back when Hawaii was formed and gave us different types of creatures? That's very nice of him. He come back like Sims, didn't he? The computer games, like, do you know what? I've created this new little island here. I'm going to put some new creatures on that. No, not so much. Joe has wrote, the remains of chariots have been found in the place where God parted the Red Sea to save his people. You mean Anunnaki? Now, there's actually 3 references, Joe. I don't know if you're aware of this. There's 3 references to parting of water. Did you know that? You didn't. 1 is in the Egyptian stories. 2 is in the Gilgamesh story, where they part the water in order for Gilgamesh's tomb to be buried in the Euphrates. And 3 is our friend Moses, who turns out to be, which you probably don't want to hear. And yes, as I said regarding chariots, they did have chariots. There's this carving. The actual descriptions of the sky chariots were UFO spaceships. But how come God done it 3 times? Well, he didn't do the 3 times with the. And there's probably more with the parting of the water. It was actually in the Egyptian story. It was a vizier for a pharaoh that parted the water. So they had technology. Otherwise, a vizier now would have been a god. And you're thinking, hang on a minute, this guy's making a lot of sense. Thank you. 100. I know, I can't help it. It's my personality. 110 has wrote, yes, this is what all my studies have led to. Thank you. Because brilliant. Well done. I'll tell you what, go to the top of the class for that, because not many people bother, and then they'll come out with things like God is, this and God is that. But you've obviously done your homework. Thank you, Winnie. You don't have to, Winnie. Do appreciate it, but you know me, Winnie. You don't have to. Melted has wrote, seems obvious to me, and religious and books are to distract us from unifying with each other. Oh, thank you, Winnie, for the little heart. So the original Old Testament was actually, in my opinion, I mean, you just have to read that and read the older text, a version of them trying to understand what the text meant and writing it down. That's what they tried to do. Of course, the next version along, man changed it. Humans changed it. They took out the plurals. They started taking out Enoch and various other things. So the original one tried its best to sort of give us a full narrative of what went on, just like Zachariah Sitchin did. Of course, people say he's part of the cabal, but all he done was just read the tablets, which you can read yourselves, which I'm doing. So yeah, he's yeah. So yeah, sorry, I'm waffling on. James has wrote, best and most reliable documentary to watch ? On streaming devices. Obviously, I would say my one's on the Patreon page, but that's patreon.com/outruehistory. There's documentaries that I've done on there that are my own, using my own research. Best documentary. So if you're referring to Anunnaki, there's not. I would probably say go read the Lost Book of Enki, or listen to an audio book of it. I've not come across. I mean, there are. No, I've not come across something that has. No, I've not come across. There might be, but I've not come across it. So I would recommend Lost Book of Enki. True Wisdom has wrote, I call them the engineers. Yeah, that has been said before. So well done for that. Arma Carter has wrote, humans was greeted 90 million years ago, and I know who really made humans. Okay, sorry, I'm going to have to do this to you. This is why people follow me. So Arman Carter is going to write right now. Please, Arman, please write how. Obviously, 90 million years ago, humans weren't around. But anyway, let's just go with that. You know who really made humans. Okay, so Arma Carter is going to write who really made humans. And if it's not the Anunnaki, because we've got the tablets, I would love to see the evidence. So if you just tell me who and where you got the evidence from, everybody, Arma Carter's going to enlighten us, and that would be amazing. Actually, it would be the first time I'm wrong on something. So this is going to be great. I can't wait. Thank you. I'm looking forward to reading it when I get to your message. I'd love to be wrong on something for once. Bridget, I know I sound big-headed, but it's scrolled all the way to the bottom. And while it's down here, I'm just looking for the message from that person. No. Someone else is waiting as well. So I'll get to it. I'm scrolling back up. It just scrolled all the way to the bottom. Now it's done it again. So there was probably too many messages. Sorry, guys. This is live. It's now a bit nearer to your questions because it scrolls me all the way to the bottom. When I scroll back to the top, it gives me a place nearer because of the amount of questions. Probably. Sorry, it's TikTok's crap for this. I would read out every single question. I end up sitting here for hours reading them out. So now I can only read the newest one at the very top, which is now Rika Harris. You mean like Cain and Abel married who? They were the 3 and 4th people on the planet. Technically, no. if you go by the original tablet. So what you have is you have the Anunnaki come down. They genetically modified hominids to create what they called the Adamu. Again, feel free to go read it up on the ancient tablets. They called Adamu. Now, they actually gave the first two that they created. The first one that was... I just scrolled all the way to the bottom again. TikTok, hate you. Sorry. So, yeah, Adamu. Now, they did actually give names. I forgot the names of them, but they did give names. They weren't Adam and Eve to the ones in Africa. The only ones that ended up being called Adam and Eve were when Enki bred 100,000 years ago with, wait for it, the human descendants of the ones that had created 250,000 years previously, give or take. That is when you end up with Adam and Eve. So there's already humans here. And when you say they were the third and fourth people on Earth, technically there wasn't. There was probably 1 million humans in 250,000 years of people in Africa breeding and breeding and breeding. So no, they weren't the first. No, they were the first to be written about in terms of kingship and things like that, because you got to remember Enki, who was their father to a human woman, to two human women, in fact, which is why they ended up being able to breed themselves, Adam and Eve. In fact, their names were Adapa and Titi. You can go and look at that up if you're interested to learn a bit about that. So the only reason why Enki wrote their names down is because they were his offspring and he was classed as a prince. So the original millions of people that was in Africa, only the first two, and that was because they actually came out successfully, male and female, did they get names, but they weren't written down with their offspring. They didn't carry their offspring writing it down, but they did write it down, Cain, Abel, and guess who Seth was? Seth was Enki's son, which means he would have had relationships with Titi, his daughter. Yes. Now you can see where our elites are a bit sick and they get their ideas from. But of course the Anunnaki did interbreed all the time. In fact, Enki's sister, half-sister, Nimna, also known as Ninharsag later on, he tried to have a child with her, it failed. Enlil, his stepbrother, had a child with her, who was also her half-sister, and she gave birth. So that's all to do with keeping the lineage of the kings and queens, which is why I hate us having kings and queens now, because it's just they're not special. They're just, Enki and Enlil were special because they were the ones that created us. So yeah, I would bow to them and say, well done, pat on the back, fair enough, you could be a king and queen. But just because people were, bred down the line doesn't make them any smarter. Sherry's asked your question once in the chat, is really busy. Thank you, Sherry. You're just spamming the host is live. Thank you, Sherry, for pinning that up there. JM has wrote Galileo Copernicus. I'm terrible at pronunciations. Copernicus, dumb delusional God believers. You can see why they believed in one single God, because physically we changed the Bible, the original Old Testament, to change it to single, and you ram stuff down people's throats enough, and then they believe it. Unfortunately, Shaman Storm has wrote, God didn't do that. Moses did. What? Parting the waters. Moses was. There's a name for Moses. Wasn't his original name. Atrahasis, by the way. It was his name, if you're interested. So Enki basically helped. If you want to know the full story of Moses and the Ennulites and things like that, you really need to go back to the old books, the old text, instead of what you're probably reading, which is the Bible, because we actually do have the text where the the 10 plagues of Egypt with Moses, etc., which was and Enki kept saying to Atrahasis, go and save the people, kept going back. We've got the actual, I've done a whole Patreon video on that, read the tablets out, explained it all to people, and the reason why it happened was in Israel, where Enlil was causing these plagues. In fact, he actually created chemical virus to wipe out the humans back then. And what happened was that virus blows, as well as the floods, the droughts, and everything else that he was trying to do to stop the people living, humans. He wanted us to die. So again, it's all I've read it all out. It's there. But all the animals, because of the drought, because they basically blocked up the waterways, which it says they did, all the animals moved to the nearest water source. Where do you think that was? The Nile. So suddenly you've got, yes, you've guessed it, you've got locusts, you've got all the plagues that come to Egypt. So Egyptians wrote about the things, but they didn't know what was happening over in Israel. But we do, because I'm smart and I've read the tablets. So feel free to watch my Patreon video or go and read the tablets yourself. Believe Nada has wrote, what I find amazing is only people who know what I'm saying understand, if there are any. I'm not sure if you'd said anything prior, because it did. This is live, everybody. I read out every single question. So, but when it scrolls to the bottom, you may have said something. So I'm not. Forgive me. I don't know what that was referring to. Season Dorian has wrote, I am wondering why dinosaurs were destroyed. I think they ate them. So you're obviously understanding that the dinosaurs didn't die out 65 million years ago. We've got so much evidence. We've got footprints with human footprints. We've got carvings of them. We've got stone statues of them. We've got temples with dinosaurs on, as well as in India. Basically, we've got enough evidence to show that dinosaurs didn't all suddenly die out. So some survived. In fact, even the Bible talks about the behemoth and so on. So I think when you look at the Ica stones and you look at the Acambro figurines, I don't know if you're aware of them. Go watch my videos if you don't, or go and look them up. You see giants, either 8 to 12 foot tall, depending on how big the dinosaur was, or giants, the Nephilim, which were the sons of the Anunnaki. Some of the sons, not all of them, didn't have gigantism. But they were killing, in these stones, 44,000 Ica stones and 40-odd thousand Acambro figurines, basically having humanoid tall people riding dinosaurs or stabbing them, killing them in various. So there's 40-odd thousand different depictions of dinosaurs, not all different. Some of the same dinosaurs, different poses, different things, with like someone stabbing its neck, another one, riding it, and so on. So I think basically we ate them. Is my take on it. Red Sonia as Rose wrote, because they dammed the river. I'm guessing that's to do, not necessarily to do with the. That's probably to do with the parting of the waters. Yeah, I mean, well, the thing is, the Egyptian, if you're referring to the Egyptian story of, he wouldn't have needed a vizier to part the waters, and apparently the waters parted easily. And they walked, it wasn't a 3-day exercise of where they put blocks there and everything else. So unless the story's, the Egyptian story has been embellished to make it seem like it was a very easy feat. But basically the story goes, if anyone's interested, is that a pharaoh was walking along the river, not sure which river, it didn't say, and saw two young ladies in a boat. They used to have reed boats. And if you don't believe me, go do your research. So anyway, these two women were rowing in this boat, and this pharaoh took a fancy to one of them and was watching her. Anyway, with her oar, she accidentally knocked her hair clip off, went into the water. Thank you, Jesse, for that. You don't have to. And went into the water, and the pharaoh says, and the woman's like panicking because she wanted obviously to try and get it back. And the pharaoh shouts to her, I'll get you another one. And this woman shouts back, no, it's, I think she said it's her mother's or something like that, grandmother's. So in other words, it was sentimental values. So the pharaoh then said, okay, stay there. So he called for his vizier. The vizier comes along and he says, look, we need to get that hair clip from the water. So the vizier said some words, wait for it, and the waters parted. Someone, not the pharaoh or the vizier, but someone else went down, picked up the hairpiece, came back. The vizier closed the gap between the waters, and the woman came over, and the pharaoh gave the hairpiece, whatever it was, some sort of clip, to the woman Doesn't say whether they got together and got jiggy after. I don't know that part. You can probably make up your own mind. But there, so it doesn't come across that it was a dammed river. In other words, especially when the words were spoken. Turn to Jesus wrote, what about Moses? So Moses was actually the son of Lamash, which you probably realise, but of course it wasn't. If you actually read the original tablets, was Enki's son, because if you actually read the original tablets, Lamash turns around and says, "Did you go to his wife? Did you go because he was away for a period of time? Did you go with the Igigi, which are the young Anunnakis?" Which makes sense. Little did Lamash know that dirty old Enki came down and decided to have his wicked way with Lamash's wife. Don't ask me her name. It's not a name I can remember. And so that's why the baby came out with pale skin, glowing skin, blue eyes, blonde hair, etc. for Moses, compared to Lamash, who was... Thank you for the... I just saw the roses there. Sorry, I didn't catch your name, but thank you. So Lamash basically quizzed her because he's dark skinned and the baby comes out. Anyway, the story goes, if you go read the original tablets, I'm scrolling all the way back to the top because it went all the way bottom. The original tablets basically say that Lamash went to a priest in another town, and who contacts God. Like I said, there's intermediates, and said to him, my baby's, not like me, blah blah blah. Not sure what's happened. And then the priest knew what happened and said, "No, that's a special baby. It's going to be special. It's going to do magical things later on in life. Look after it." And so he did. No, sorry, I'm talking about Noah. Fucking hell, sorry. Excuse me. I was talking about Noah. Moses. Sorry, forgive me. My brain went off on the tangent there. I apologise for that profusely. I bet you're all screaming at the thing saying, it's Noah. Sorry, my bad. Moses was Atrahasis, yeah, still Enki's son, but I ended up flipping tracks there, sorry. So his name was Atrahasis Moses, and again, if you're really interested in Moses, I would strongly suggest you either watch my videos or go to the Oxford University website where it's got the cuneiform translations and start looking up all of that. I mean, I will, if you want, I'll do a whole video on Moses and show you where all the writings are that talk about. I did do a Patreon video on the 10 Plagues of Egypt where Moses went and helped out for Enki. Beast has wrote, dinosaurs still exist overseas where the giants live. I can't say yes or no to that. Apparently there's more than one giant now that I'm aware of that was found in a cave. In other words, once they got the Kandahar giant, there was another one, or I'm not sure which way round it was, but apparently there's two caves now where there's two lots of giants, and they have to shoot the giants with, wait for it, this is what they get told, with grenade, and they have to aim at the head, so a grenade kind of gun. It's not a grenade launcher, it's some sort of grenade type gun to be able to bring the giant down. In other words, where I'm guessing the Kandahar was probably first giant in Afghanistan, where the military went there, and apparently they lost one or two people. I can't remember the amount because the giant speared them or something. But so after that, now they when they go hunting for giants, they use these grenade gun type things that I've heard about. Mountain has wrote, no one knows the truth of creation, only options. And when you say creation, you're on about the very beginning of life here on Earth. I mean, it could be a thing called panspermia. It could have just been chemicals. Really, they're the only two. Unless you want an almighty being, because then I will say, well, who created the almighty being? And then you just sort of say, well, he's always been there. Wills wrote, Moses turned out to be what? Enki's son, if that's what you're referring to. Pale skin, which of course all of Enki's sons turned out to be pale skinned. Well, when I say all, I'll be honest, there's no description of Adapa and Titi that I'm aware of. I know people, you can go look on the internet, and I bet everyone will have their own opinion, whether he's black, white, pink, whatever. But I kind of go by the facts. So there's no, I've not come across anything to say Adam and Eve, Adapa and Titi, were of any colour or any height. I know they wouldn't have been, giant height, because they sat in the same seat. There's a row of 3 seats in the chariot that goes back to Nibiru, and Adam out of Adam and Eve, Adapa went to Nibiru and sat in the seat. So I know he's not 50 foot tall, because he wouldn't have fitted in their craft seat. So from that logic, I can say that he was at least the height of the Anunnakis, or smaller. Chances are he was probably 6 foot or something. Sorry, screen froze. Letty's wrote, who made the aliens? Chemicals. As far as I'm aware, the Anunnaki talked about evolution on their planet, so I would say the chemicals, which we do have evidence that chemicals do create life now. Go type in, can chemicals create life? And you'll see about 5 months ago, scientists have said they've now created life from 5 different chemicals. So we have to assume then that that's how life more than likely started. Blind Froggers wrote, do you know about Valiant Thor? Yes, I do. Very briefly, so for those of you who don't know Valiant Thor, he supposedly is an alien that just happens to look like us, came from Venus, and parked his ship, asked to see the president, and then, I'm being very brief here, stayed with the president for 5 years, walked around the White House and everything else. This was Truman, was it Truman? Or Eisenhower? I'm not sure, forgive me, I'm trying to remember now. But around that sort of time. And then left, basically, and there's photographs of supposedly Valiant Thor on the internet from back then. I've done my research, and the conclusion I've come to is no, it wasn't real. Kalebo has wrote, atomic gold, can you talk about that, please? Anatomic gold. Well, there's people that, so first of all, the Anunnaki needed gold particles to sprinkle in their atmosphere. Now, some people say it was the particular type of gold, the anatomic gold. Then there's other people, and even carvings in Egyptian times of people digesting gold, which people believe is the anatomic type gold for longevity of life. Of course, we don't 100% know, because they didn't actually use those words of what type of gold it was that they did for whatever reason. So obviously gold played a huge part in our history, because obviously the Anunnaki, as technically, if we didn't have technology now, gold is, I mean, yes, it can conduct and stuff like that, but it's not as valuable as some other products out there that we would use. But of course, we've made it valuable because obviously the Anunnaki sought after it and used it, but they also used lapis lazuli. So, I mean, to the Anunnaki, lapis lazuli was more important than gold. Obviously, gold was used for their atmosphere, but lapis lazuli is what they built their house out of. They didn't build it out of gold. It's really difficult, because they didn't write the specific name of what type of gold. I mean, I think there's white gold out there and all sorts of different types of gold. So they didn't really say what type of gold they used for whatever purposes. So I can't honestly tell you much more than that, unless someone can definitively say this was used for that and this was used for that, and then show me the evidence. So I can't go more into it than that. I'm sorry. Letty's wrote, goes is real. I'm guessing you're saying God, because I don't know if that's what you're referring to. Blind Froggers wrote, do you know about, I read that one. Jay Ziggy, this is live, everybody. Reading every single question out, bear with me. Jay Ziggy wrote, what if the aliens are really us from the future? I've looked into that, I believed that for a hell of a long time, like an idiot. It's not my fault, that's where my researcher took me at that point. Carry on doing the research, and all of the aliens that we talk about have actually come from their own places, not from our future. So, yeah, I mean, you know, the Anunnaki are not us from the future because they come from a planet from outside. Zeta Reticuli weren't even actually on Zeta. Their planet's called Serpo, or one of their planets is called Serpo. That's why you had Project Serpo. Anyway, I digress. But they actually had to leave their home planet and find a new planet because their home planet. So they didn't come from us. So basically, in the end, I concluded that no, they're not from us from the future. Shaman Storm has wrote, when the Euphrates is dry for Four Horsemen gets released. Well, yeah. So basically, what happened was the Anunnaki buried people in the Euphrates, so they actually parted the waters. Now, they actually built the Euphrates. We've got tablets that say that they built the Euphrates. I've read the tablets out. So they built which is perfect. You know, it explains why that whole stretch there. Of course, where were the Anunnaki? Yes, you guessed it, same place. So it makes sense that they built that. I think they also partly built the Nile, to be honest with you. Haven't got the evidence of that, but they talk about another river that they. I'm digressing, sorry, but yeah. So basically, they built tombs and various different things, which people are now genuinely finding the entrances to these tombs where the Euphrates is drying up. Now, of course, the Bible version would, or later on versions, would have you believe that when the Euphrates dry up, you know, the Four Horsemen get released. Technically, it's not. It's just we will then find bodies of people, which Tigress, sorry, Sherry's saying Tigress. I'm just reading out the Euphrates here, but yeah, what did I say? Yeah, I thought I said they created the Tigris and Euphrates, and I think they did also partly do the Nile, as I said. But so I think again with the old Chinese whispers, I think the latter versions of anything to do with the Euphrates is really talking about the. Oh, it scrolled all the way to the bottom again. It doesn't do this on my other phone so much. Sorry. So yeah, so I think any Four Horsemen would literally be the Anunnaki guarding somehow maybe booby traps. They actually had booby traps. I was researching booby traps. They actually did have booby traps, which is quite crazy. And so did the Egyptians, in fact. So there may be booby traps in the tombs that they're trying to get to. But as I say, supposedly Hillary Clinton's already had leaked emails saying that they'd found Gilgamesh some years back, which makes sense. Sonia has wrote, the river frequently dammed and flooded. It's possible it was dammed periodically for whatever reason, big beavers. Chances are it may not have been. It may have flooded. I mean, the Nile flooded, so it's obviously being a man-made river as well. Chances are it probably did flood, which would also explain why the Nile may be flooded. I'm not just obviously other rivers. There are other rivers that do flood that's not man-made, but JM has wrote, and I have recognised this name before. This is dumb. No problem at all, JM. Do you know what? I wouldn't go on someone else's live and write this is dumb. So it kind of shows your age there or your mentality. Sorry, just making you look stupid. Life is too short has just gave me something amazing that's popped up, and UAP Data has just sent me something as well. It's nice. Thank you very much, UAP. Although I still prefer the UFO as instead of the unidentified aerial phenomenon. I don't know. Maybe I'm old school. Hugo has wrote, I'm 100% Catholic, but this man is correct. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. The problem is, I keep saying the problem is, sorry. It's not me being correct per se. It's just me reciting what I've found. So anyone can sort of read it, including JM, who said this is dumb, can go and read it and find out for themselves. Beast, Sandra's just given me a little ducky, rubber ducky, thank you very much. Beast, it looks like, has wrote extraterrestrial equals more land. Well, as far as I was aware, this is Terra terra firma, and terrestrial would be on Terra, which is our land. So somewhere else. So I mean, technically, when you say more land, technically I would probably say land that's not here, if you, just from the way I'm looking at it. But of course, we all know ET as something from another planet. Keisha's wrote, explain races, ethnicity to me, please. So I've done videos on this and showed the actual proper news articles or science papers, etc. on, and Sherry, if she's still listening, knows way more about the inbreeding of different species. So basically you've got different species on this planet that really did breed with other species, Cro-Magnon, Neanderthal, Florensis, Denisms. There's loads of names. There's loads and loads of different names. In fact, there's a species that was on a little island just off of India that is only known to that little island off of India, but it seems to have bred. So the people on that island have genetics that match nothing. Obviously, they've got human genetics, but part of it matches nothing else, which is kind of weird. So we do have evidence of everything breeding with everything. Now, when you get to Mesoamerica, where you've got slightly different looking people, so in other words, if, for example, Homo erectus was pale-skinned, I'm just throwing this out there, and they bred with us humans or even Neanderthals, you end up with different skin colours. From what I have researched on Homo erectus, they had big noses, which you could then say, well, maybe the Aztec people, which had big noses, were part bred with them. So there's researchers out there that particularly say that Thoth or Ningazida took some people from Egypt and went over to Mesoamerica and started his own little colony there. I've got no evidence of that, but these are top researchers that have said that. I'd love to know where they got the evidence for that from, but that's what they say. So basically, bottom line from my research is that everything bred with everything else, and we end up with a mismatch. Now, the only thing I can't place is the elongated skulls, like in Peru, for example. I don't think they're Anunnakis. I used to think they were Anunnakis, but the more I research, I don't think they are. So I'm not quite sure how they fit into it, because they're not actually, because of the sutras and everything else, they don't appear to be human. Now, they could have been a species here on Earth that had elongated heads that bred with us, and we ended up with their elongated heads. And we know that the elongated, thank you, Phaon, we know from Brian Forrester, who went over to a museum in Peru recently, that there was a baby. They've got a skeletal baby of a baby with elongated head. And this baby was inside a mother that died, and they took the baby out, and the baby had the elongated head. So we know this was a genetic as opposed to head binding. Because you wouldn't get a head-bound baby in the womb. So yeah, basically a lot of breeding with everyone around. Mia's wrote, I agree, aliens created us. Also believe in Jesus is an alien. Yeah, I'm glad you said that. Technically, if you go by Jeffrey Doherty, who was a priest of some description, I can't remember whether he was a pastor or a priest, he went back and reread the original Hebrew tablets with the modern language that we have now, instead of just going by the English version of what was translated however many years back. So he went back and actually read it, and it reads different to what we're all reading in the Bible, which is crazy, because people should just do someone should go back and actually write a book of actually what it says in modern language, because obviously back when they translated to Hebrew, they didn't know the word levitation. They didn't know the word UFO. So they would have said a bright star in the sky, which is fine, understandable. It's not their fault. But when Jeffrey Doherty went back, it read like it was a UFO and an alien abduction. And we'll just go and look up what he says. Basically, it does come across. If he's telling the truth, because obviously I haven't read it, then it was an abduction of some sort. whether it was an Anunnaki abduction or whether or not it was a grey abduction, but it does come across as an abduction. Beast has wrote, Jesus is Caesar Bergia. I don't even know what that means, so I can't go along with that. Sorry, I don't know. You might be right, whatever that means. Sorry. Sarah's wrote, I believe this. Thank you, Sarah. I do recommend people read the tablets. You can just type in cuneiform translations, or there's a book, and when I say a book, it's a translation book of ancient tablets called Mesopotamia Myths. Try and say that when you're drunk. Not that I drink. Mesopotamia Myths, and it literally reads out things amazingly. Tells you about demons being meteorites, tells you about a dragon, and so on. So, which was a comet in the sky originally. Lepti has wrote, aliens are real, but the Bible talks about it. And when you say aliens, really the Bible's talking about the Anunnaki, which are aliens, but not the sort of greys that we would expect the Bible to be talking about. They're talking about the ancient aliens, as we call them. Sorry, I looked away and looked back at the screen, and lo and behold, it scrolled all the way to the bottom. So somehow it can see when. I'm not doing live today with people. Sorry, I know a couple of people want to join, but there's too many questions for me to answer, and I hate not answering questions. So this is live, everybody. I am reading every single question, even if my throat's going. I'm trying to go back to where I was. Scrolled all the way to the bottom. Sorry. Sorry, I'm just trying to find where I was. TikTok's not made for people like me to read out every question. I just saw someone write, a guy called David, this is dumb. Oh, bless you, David. Thank you for listening. Bless you, my child. You will become a follower. I'll be back. Sorry, I'm just using this time to scroll all the way back to wherever I was. Wow, there's a lot of questions. If I don't get to your question, because TikTok scrolls all the way to the bottom and then screws me over, I do have live chats on YouTube where I've done these kind of things before. So if anyone's interested in listening for hours, 5 hours, some of them, and it's not just aliens. I talk about spirits, how orbs and everything else, because you have to research everything. You can't just go on one thing. So I have to research Egypt, I have to research Greece, I have to research aliens and orbs, and you'll find it's all connected. Okay, I'm nearly at the top again. So if anyone's interested, Our True History on YouTube, or my website, outtruehistory.co.uk. Shamans wrote, religion is a means of control by... they removed, I think, 44 books. Yeah. So as I say, the original Bible wasn't, in my opinion, done as any way other than just trying to copy what was written previously. But yeah, basically down the road they did change it. Red Sonia's wrote, this is all on YouTube. What do you think of Stephen Greer? There's things I've said. I don't know if there's anything particular I've said on this particular live, but there's things I've said that no one else has ever come up with. Feel free to watch my videos, and when I do say, yeah, I'm the only person that's come up with this, I do get some people saying you're a bit big-headed. But hey, 40 years of research, that's my gratification. Anyway, what do I think of Stephen Greer? I think he's a very genuine guy. I think anyone that gives up their profession, which as a doctor, to go into ufology, is a very brave person. There's things I disagree with, but I'm sure he'd probably disagree with some of the things I've said. But I think he's a genuine person. No one sets up the Disclosure Project back in 2002. I don't know if you guys know of that. Do look it up. It's called Dr. Stephen Greer's Disclosure Project, and where he had actual people from real eyewitnesses stand in front of a Congress and swear on oath with what they've seen. And these are, really credible people. Go watch that if you haven't seen it. Beast has wrote, so-called angels are the aliens. Yeah, well, they're Anunnaki. They're called messengers. I don't know why people still use the word angels. It's just, we know what the translation should be. So Hebrew said angels, but the copy that they copied it from was messenger. So we might as well just go back and call them messengers, in my opinion, unless you want to stick with religion and all that kind of stuff. Aidan has wrote 100% right. Finally, someone with a brain. Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I'll tell you what, you can go number 3 in the class for that. I like that. You can say it again all day long. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Lynn has wrote Enoch and Ezekiel tell you about aliens. They do indeed. In fact, Enoch, the book of Enoch, if anyone's interested, is quite fascinating because he's standing with an angel, which is a messenger, Anunnaki, and they're looking at a dead body. And in the same paragraph, he says, so he's standing with an angel or messenger, and he says, look, there's I can't remember what the word was. I'm trying to remember now. Something like there's a light or an orb or something coming out of the dead body. I mean, literally, it's how cool is that? Which makes you think then that back then they could see these dead bodies. Could they see them because we're now dumbed down because of fluoride in our water, etc., etc.? I'll leave that to you guys to figure out. But there was a lot of stories, in fact, even the Sumerian stories. In fact, Ivan Finkel, the creator of the head curator of the British Museum, wrote a whole book on Sumerians, talking about them seeing. And when I say Sumerians, I'm on about the human Sumerians, not the Anunnaki Sumerians, because of the area, basically. Anyway, the humans seeing spirits walking around and coming into their kitchen and all kinds of things, and they actually interacted with them. But we can't do that now, and you've got to wonder why. What's changed? Anyway. Zila has wrote, they created us for what purpose? To mine gold. So they needed to sprinkle gold in their atmosphere. It sounds stupid. We now sprinkle crap. Or gone Mr. Gates, who I can't believe is still alive. You get what I'm saying there. We need to. He seems to think we need to sprinkle stuff in our atmosphere to help protect the ozone or help protect us from overheating. That's a whole lot of the whole climate thing. Yes, we're not doing any good for the climate, but they're using that to, just like they did the last couple of years, they're using the climate in a way to get us to do what they, everything's going to be, it's because of climate change, Yes, we're not doing the planet any good with the, acid rain and all that kind of stuff, but they are milking that to hell so that they can squeeze us down to the point that they can then do what they want to do to depopulate. Anyway, so yeah, the Anunnaki created us for to carry baskets. Literally, the tablets say to carry baskets. I mean, they say they're going to create creatures to carry baskets, and then they try, as I say, 5 or 6 or 7 times. They keep failing. One had a broken foot. One, I'll do I am tomorrow. I'll be doing a massive video. It'll be on my Patreon page, but I will put sort of 20 minutes up on YouTube and everywhere, and it will be that. I'll leave it for another day to explain what it is. Too long now. Too many people waiting for me to reply. Beast has wrote, no such thing as heaven above, but across water. So heaven, if you read properly, Beast, you'll see that even the Old Text and the Bible talks about in heaven there's a sun. This is not me saying it, that's what it says. If you're going to quote stuff, the sun, stars, and the moon are in heaven, which means we can all see heaven. Woo! But of course it's not, it's space. So it's just a translation error. There is no such thing as heaven. And if you talk to medium spiritualists and clairvoyants and near-death experiences and talk to Aaron and even look up the research that your Virginia University has done, there is no such thing as heaven. Heaven was space. That's why Ezekiel went up there and came back alive. Adam went up there, Adam went up, came back alive. There's certain people, there's about 7 people, humans, that actually physically went up into space and came back down alive. So, yeah, it's not, and don't say God took them up, because when you actually read the original tablets, you'll find that there's a huge noise when God suddenly approaches. In fact, the Bible even talks, if I remember correctly, talks about Moses when he was not allowed to look when God descended in his craft. In fact, we've actually got descriptions of the... anyway. Letty wrote, they are not from our Earth. That's correct. That would be from their own planet. Johnny B has wrote, is Enki Lucifer and does witchcraft and magic let in demonic forces? So Enki would have been the good one out of everyone. Lucifer, in my opinion, was either one of two people. It was either Anzu or and I can't remember the guy's name, the leader of the Ajiji when they came down to Earth and stole human women, which is also known as the sons of God, and took unto them the daughters of man. Of course, when you ask any religious person that, they run. So if you ever go to a religious person and you want to watch them run away, say to them, you know the sons of God, and watch them squirm. You know the sons of God that took unto them the daughters of man? Oh, yeah. You know, they physically stole them and RAPED'd them. Yeah. So why do you keep talking about Jesus when Jesus has got brothers? What do you mean brothers? The sons of God. I'm confused now. My Bible doesn't say anything about brothers. No, I know, of course it doesn't. Because the actual sons of God were the sons of the Anunnaki, the Ajiji, which were classed as watchers, or called, the translation is watchers, that came down. We've got the tablets that came down, took human women. Anyway, sorry, I digress. I'm just scrolling back to the top because it did scroll me all the way to the bottom. That's why I was waffling on there trying to kill for time. This is live, everybody. Trying to find that question again. Sorry. Trying to find it. Oh no! I just got near the top. Okay, now it's... Sorry, it scrolled all the way. Okay, so now I'm nearer to your questions again. Unfortunately, I've missed a chunk out. Not my fault, it's TikTok. So I'll go from wherever I am now, which is the highest I can go, which is Shun Mac has wrote, hard to imagine, but it's true. Read Emerald Tablets of Thoth. I'm guessing you're referring to what I'm talking about, hopefully, because I've missed another chunk. But yeah, Jesse Babe has wrote, Jesus is God. Well, unfortunately, that doesn't actually compute for lots of different reasons. Hopefully you've listened to me enough to realise that, yeah, this doesn't quite work, because obviously, yeah, I'll move on from that. Everyone knows. Tribe of Judah wrote, Jesus is Lucifer. His name was Yahshua, and he was only an example. Tribe of Judah. Hopefully you're still listening, because this is fairly near the bottom now, so I'm not too far away on time. Tribe of Judah, please, everyone, this is going to be great. I can't wait. Write down what the sons of God were. Were they Jesus' brother? Everybody, Tribe of Judah is going to write down whether the sons of God, we all know, if you read the ancient tablets, that they were the sons of the Anunnaki, the Ajiji, younger Anunnaki. They didn't. In fact, we've even got carvings of them without beards, which explains why they were the younger Anunnaki. But anyway, Tribe of Judah is now writing down the sons of God, whether or not they are the brother, because technically Jesus is also son of God. No. So I'm looking forward to seeing what tribe of. Okay, so he's wrote yes. Brilliant. Thank you for replying. So the sons of God stole human women and physically RAPED them. Do you agree with that? Oh, now he's come up different type of God. He's wrote different type of God, everybody. So you're shoehorning what you want it to fit. Is that correct? You're just going to say, well, then I could say, no, it's not a different type of God. If you're going to change that and now say there's different types of gods, then I can say, no, there's not. If you've changed your version, I'm going to stick with mine and say, no, it's still the Anunnaki. Do you see what I'm saying? So you've just literally changed God into more than one God. And guess what? There was 12 gods in ancient Sumerian times. So now you're actually starting to realise that maybe there is more than one God. Here we go, he's wrote something. Our God, is outside this team. He is formless, one, and timeless. And you get that from where? The Bible. So the God, our God, is outside. Okay. Sorry, it's crazy. It's just the rest are deities. So, if I told you that Enki... let me ask you this question, tribe. Oh, this is going to be fun. So, who told Noah to build a boat? Was it God? I mean, Bible says God. If you're going to now change it to a different type of God, then that's naughty bad, really. That's really bad, because God will be upset, because he's like, hang on a minute, I was the one that told Noah. So anyway, tribe, please tell me, pin that up again quickly. Who told Noah? Here we go, everybody. Can't wait for this. Who told Noah? He's thinking how to change it now. He's going to say, well, if it was an almighty being, what does our true history know that he doesn't know? He's thinking, everybody. This is going to be good. Because I'm going to catch him out on this. Oh, he's not replying. Or he's not pinned it anyway. Sorry, I don't mean to be nasty to your tribe, but obviously you do know that the Bible copied older texts. And if you say no, then I can say we'll go look at Genesis where it admits it copied older texts. I mean, everyone knows it's older texts. You'd have to be crazy to not think that the Bible is not a collection of older texts from different languages. You know that. So if that's a collection of older texts, then why aren't the older texts correct? Think about it for a second. You can't say the older texts are myths if the Bible copied from them. You get where I'm going with this. So if they're myths when they're not in the Bible, but you put them in the Bible, then it becomes real, then that's stupid. So that means the older texts have to be real if the Bible's copied from them. We know it's copied from them because not only does it say it, but there's evidence that they are actually copied from different types of texts. So then the older texts are genuine. And if the older texts are genuine, then I was going to throw out there that Enki told Noah. And we know that because we actually have the tablet in the British Museum. So it's not God, it's not an almighty being, it's not Scooby-Doo. Enki. Actually, the name, Enki. Not Ea, which was his name way back 450,000 years ago. Enki. So, tribe of Judah. Enki told Noah. I'm giving you a history lesson here. So, one of us, I'm not going to name names, between me and you is right and the other one's not. Here we go. He's wrote, the deities all have a form. My God is formless and timeless. So that's your answer to who told Noah. You're just going to keep repeating that. Well, then I can say I'm Superman. I can say God was a little dwarf. I can say whatever I want. Do you know why? Because you've got no evidence of what you just said. You will just regurgitate the same stuff, but I go by facts. So everyone that's listening probably has worked out that one of us has gone by facts and the other one's just made up a load of crap about different deities. You've only gone with the different deities because you know the Sumerians talk about the Anunnaki. And so you can't deny that, which is why you've used the word deities in there. However, the actual Anunnaki used the word deities, wait for it, for planets. But you have not done your homework, so you wouldn't know that. And he's also wrote, apart from Joshua, hence why he was killed. I think everyone's worked out. You still never answered me who told Noah. Sorry. I don't mean to be nasty to your tribe, but yeah. Anyway, I'm wasting time on. I think everyone knows the tablets are there. The British Museum's got them. A lot of them. In fact, they've got. I've forgotten how many now. 200,000, I think it was. I've forgotten the exact amount. You can look it up. Jan has wrote strontium, barium, aluminium versus bacteria. Viruses, sorry. I was expecting it to be viruses, bacteria. I'm guessing that's creating life. Thank you. I wouldn't have been able to remember the names of those. User 22. If the Earth is flat, what is underneath? We live on a pancake. And where are the satellites? So you're saying if the Earth is flat, which I don't agree with, what is underneath? I have no idea because it's not flat. More space. And we live on a pancake. And where are the satellites? Well, they're up. People can actually see the satellites. People's actually filmed. So Alfredo's wrote, great answer, so go to top of the class. Alfredo's allowed me to go to the top. Oh, brilliant. I like that. Thank you very much. Excellent. So yeah, people have actually filmed the Starlink, which is Elon Musk's satellites. People have actually filmed and seen with their naked eye the ISS space station overhead. So when you asked where are the satellites, if you go to a place where there's no clouds, England's give up. But if you go to a place, you should be able to see it. Phil Burt has wrote Enlil and Enki, spot on. Technically, you're referring to the who created the humans, but technically it was Enki and Nimna. I scroll to the bottom. This is so infuriating. Sorry, everybody. I hate doing this. I'm scrolling as fast as I can to get back to the top. Okay, nearly there. Tribe just wrote, Jesus is Lucifer. His name was Yahweh, and he was only an example. I think everyone that's listened to me now kind of knows where we're at with my view on that. User 17 has wrote, no such thing as climate issues. It's all fake. The Earth isn't even going to raise 1 degree in 100 years. I mean, we all have to agree that what we're not doing any good for the planet. I mean, there's a place near where I work that's been going since before I was born, and it pumps out. It's a tarmac place, and it pumps out every single day and night. Steam or whatever, but it's not all pure steam. So we are in an aquarium. Effectively, we're in a confined space. So over a very, very long period of time, what we're doing will cause problems. Just ride behind a bus on a push bike, and then have a filter over your mouth, as I used to do. You take that filter off after riding for half hour. Blackers. So basically we're not doing the planet any good by what we're doing, but I do agree that the elites are using this as a way to do naughty bad things. Rhinos wrote, where do you get your information? 40 years of research, speaking to clairvoyance mediums, talking to other researchers, top researchers, ones on ancient aliens and things like that, reading the ancient texts, and just reading, going to places, just basically all that kind of thing, but not from university, because if I did, I wouldn't know anything. Believers wrote, gold is one letter off from God. It's fiat money everywhere out of the dome as well. Not sure what you were referring to, because when you look at the translations of gold in the ancient tablets, it does actually say gold, it doesn't say God. User 22 has wrote fairy tales, in other words, the 2 million tablets that talk about Enlil and Enki, talk about their temples, which we have got, talk about genetically modifying creatures such as, dare I say it, mermaids, centaurs, cyclopses, which we've got, minotaurs, which we've got actual carvings and things all dating back. Watch my videos, I nailed it perfectly with all the evidence. But anyway, this person says that all of that is fairy tales, which is pretty impressive. 2 million tablets, I wouldn't think. Right, scrolled all the way to the bottom again. Sorry, so now I'm scrolled all the way to the top, and the top one is Tribe of Judah again. You don't think for yourselves, use your brain, otherwise someone else will think for you. I'm guessing you're saying that because we don't believe in or I don't believe in one almighty being, because the Bible got it wrong, because, well, the original Bible, the Old Testament, didn't, said plural, but of course Tribe's not gonna. Tribe, answer this. Genesis 1:26. I'm paraphrasing, I can't remember exactly, but God, let us make man in our image, and there was another phrase to that. But Genesis 1:27 was he let man in his image, and they changed it. So could you tell me what the plural was in 126 and why you would go along with 127, which was physically changed by man, which changed the word of God? Think about that for a second, tribe. Shouldn't have changed the word of God, should you? No. But they did. So if you could just reply and explain who they are. Now you're going to say the deities, because you're going to pick out the Sumerian deities. That's what you're going to say, because that's quite a crafty way of getting out of it, by admitting that the Anunnaki were here, but by saying there was an almighty being that created the earth and everything in 6 days and rested on the seventh, when we actually got the tablet that talks about Enki cataloguing everything for 6 days and then saying that the seventh is going to be a day of rest that predates the Bible. Tribe has wrote, I'm not religious. Fair enough. So you really just guessing then. I'm guessing. Because, well, you are guessing. I know you are, because you come up with one god and loads of deities. Jay has wrote, sorry if I'm, yeah. Again, I missed loads. It's not my fault. It's TikTok. Jay has wrote, satellites are in the sky, not in space. And they are carried on balloons, not floated on space. Okay, so I had this before. I can't believe someone else has now said it. That helium balloons are holding these satellites in geosynchronous orbit, but inside the orbit on helium. So I'll just let everyone digest that for a second. So Jay believes that our satellites that go up into space and are deployed in space are actually not in space, even though physically we can see them outside of our firmament, which is the atmosphere, the thin layer between space and... Anyway, so Jay's saying that all the satellites, and that includes, wait for it, the pinpoint accuracy of the sat-nav satellites that need to be pinpoint accurate, Jay. And that means they can't sway around, 2 miles up, 3 miles up, even though no one's actually seen them 2 or 3 miles up with telescopes ever on a balloon. But hey, let's just pretend that that's right. I'm just letting everyone have time to laugh. Sorry. Okay, now moving on. Pamela's wrote, I serve the one true living God. Oh, thank you. But I don't want people to follow me. I really don't. I appreciate it. Hey, Google, what's my name? It said fear me. But yeah, I appreciate you wanting to follow me. That's nice. Anna Hill has wrote, Enki told Noah his descendants. Spot on. Someone's done their homework. You are correct. Absolutely, we've got the tablet. Go to the top of the class for that, Anna High. Excellent work. Well done. Jesse Babes wrote, what is the outcome of this? I do it for a giggle because I know not many people research it, and I enjoy doing it. Sorry, I was just reading the next. Sherry's wrote to Alfredo, the Blaze, his butt is really hurting now. I'm not sure who that is. Probably the other guy, maybe, I don't know. Hopefully. Koa Janess has wrote, the Lost Book of Enki and Talmud of Emmanuel is a must. The true Old and New Testament of Enki. Spot on. So you've obviously read that as well. Now, I'm going to be doing this, what I was waffling on about earlier. Tomorrow, if I can finish it, if not, it'll be done by the end of the week, but if I can get the time tomorrow, I will have the whole of, or as much as I can, of the Lost Book of Enki in the actual translations of, because Zachariah Sitchin paraphrased, which is fine, because a lot of it's very complicated if you don't know who people are. So he broke it down so it made it a little bit more easier to understand. But I'm going to be doing the actual readings of the actual tablets from the get-go, from here, from when they first came here to right up until they, well, I'm not sure where I'm going to end up with, but yeah, it's gonna go through them creating humans and everything else like that. So it's gonna be really good. Davis wrote, this is that person I did read somewhere at one point saying that I'm talking crap or something. Davis wrote, there is an awful lot of assumptions in your research. Not when it comes to the Anunnaki, because we've got the tablets. So if you want to take it up with the writers of the tablets and say that they're fake, 2 million of them, the tablets, then please do so. Now, where I say other things, where I say, for example, about Bigfoot or things that I'm not 100% sure on, or where a whistleblower has said something, I do say I believe. So you can't say that's an assumption if I believe something. I'm not assuming, it's just my belief. Lux has wrote to Tribe. True, don't push. Sovereigns wrote, Source created aliens, who created us? Have you got any evidence of that, Sovereign? If you could give me the evidence that Source created aliens. Now, I do believe there is something that started the universe, whatever that is. Now, alien little greys say it's Source or creation. So you obviously done your homework, so I agree with you on that there is more than likely a source or creation, whatever that could be. It could be computer code, it could have just been two scientists in a bloody lab somewhere on their own universe or realm, bashing particles together and created our little universe. User 516 has wrote, and the Ark is found, and if you are watching Israel, you know this man is misled and misleading. So, user 51, hopefully you're still listening. You're on about the Ark, not the Ark of the Covenant, you're on about Noah's Ark, aren't you? So you're going to say it's found on Mount Ararat, aren't you? Everybody, this person, user 51, is going to tell us where it is. They're probably going to say it's Mount Ararat. It's just write yes if I'm right, user 51. And the reason why this person thinks it's on Mount Ararat is because supposedly, I mean, I've heard all the stories, there's a boat-shaped looking thing upside down on Mount Ararat. However, what user 51 doesn't know, and when you say I'm misleading people, actually I'm the one giving the information out. What you don't know, user 51, is the boat was actually a circular boat. And if you don't believe me, read or go listen to the curator of the British Museum, who has the tablet, who reads it out. It's a circular boat. That's actually how they had boats back then. So when you say I'm misleading people, unfortunately, I'm actually educating people. Because I is good. Research has wrote, laugh out loud, bro, what? I have no idea what you're waffling on about there. Pablo has wrote, Captain, it can be, but that wasn't the point. Top of the Egyptian deities. I have no idea what that's referring to. Obviously I've missed a chunk because of TikTok, so I don't know what Captain you're referring to. Sorry. Bloopers wrote, can you explain the rhesus negative blood group? So my research leads me, very briefly, 100,000 years ago when the Anunnaki bred with the humans they genetically created, 250,000 years prior, they bred with the humans that they created, which ended up with the humans, some of them, I can't say all of them, but some of them ended up with Rh negative blood, which would have been the Anunnaki's blood, which is why it's classed as a disease blood in humans. If you don't believe me, go to the British Medical and just type in Rh negative and it'll tell you it's a disease blood. And lo and behold, mainstream pretty much say that where did Rh negative come from? Middle East. Where was the Anunnaki breeding? Middle East. When? Same time frame. Sorry, it scrolled all the way to the bottom again. I will have to keep using my newer phone for this because this is ridiculous. So hopefully that gives you some insight. I have done videos on Rh negative, and if you're really interested in more information about Rh negative, go to my website, ourtruehistory.co.uk, click on where it says Rh negative. It's not me, it's a lady that's done phenomenal research called Philomena. She's on TikTok, if you haven't already seen her. Anna Hayes wrote, Enki is pro-human. Spot on. You've really done your homework. Perfect. Gavin's wrote, read Zachariah Sitchin's book on this. I have, and I've also not necessarily debunked it, but I've also pointed out where I think he's wrong. So I don't fully subscribe to absolutely everything that Sitchin says, but I do think his retelling, until I do my video, hopefully tomorrow, mine will be accurate because I'll be reading actually directly from the tablets as opposed to paraphrasing. But and I'll give my thoughts on things, like where I say that in the tablets it talks about Enki's mother coming up with the idea of creating humans or creatures to do the workload for them, whereas Sitchin basically sort of says Enki comes up, or Nimna comes up with the idea. But anyway, I'm just going to see if I can have a swig of something in my throat. Oh, cold tea. Horrible. Believe Nada wrote, the algorithm is watching it. Doesn't like it. It doesn't like something here. Wonder what it is. What, you mean keep moving its screen down? Yeah, thank you. Jane has joined. And hi, Jane. How's your dog? Hopefully it's well. Time check 7 p.m. So I'm 15 minutes behind. That's only because TikTok keeps scrolling me down. King of the Earth has wrote, that's the difference between technology and science as such. It's the greatest supporter of the idea of. And then I'm trying to find the next bit, but it doesn't say. Rubens wrote, the Anunnaki, spot on. You've obviously done your homework as well. Joe has wrote, you researched in brackets with a laughing face, as if to say I have done no research whatsoever, or my research is laughable. And then Joe wrote, actually, you're really smart. I'm sorry I tried to make you look silly, but you've obviously made me look silly. Please block me because I'm a numpty. Okay, Joe, I'll do that for you. Now, what normally happens, as I block Joe because he's asked me to because he's a numpty, what normally happens is, down the line, if they carry on listening before I get to their message, they actually start asking sensible questions because they realise I'm talking sensible. So people normally start off like that, and then sometimes I block them, sometimes I don't, depending on what mood I'm in. And then later on, I start reading sensible questions. But how did this, and why did that? And you realise that they've caught on that my research is actually research. And again, they just have to do the same research. I'm telling you where to go, what to look up. It's not me. Right, Tribe has wrote, you're all reading from books and tablets, which is someone else's thought. You can't think for yourself. I wouldn't say you're all reading, because obviously other people may not even read anything. But me personally, yes, I read the ancient translations of the ancient tablets, which is someone else's thought. Yes, but we've also got buildings and carvings and the first laws that they said they're going to teach us, and we've got all the evidence backed up from those tablets. You know, guess where first money come from? It was called a shekel. Did you know that, Tribe? Guess where it come from? The one place where, you guessed it, the whole planet, could have been Canada, could have been Mesoamerica. Guess what? Sumer, in fact, is actually pronounced originally. And why would that be? Because that was the first territory. And what does it say about the 4 different territories that the Anunnaki split up, which we've got the tablets that they talk about, they split up to start teaching, and each one they taught individually, and the first one was Sumer. So that's why we've got weddings, we've got measurements, we've got agriculture, we've got textiles. Where's that all come from? Sumer. Why would that all be from Sumer? Because, as you say there, it's not a thought, someone's thought. It's because they actually wrote down what they did. Sorry, Tribe. I don't mean to make you look silly. Yes, I do. Believe it, Nada wrote, all robots just joined. Interesting. Vest Pocket Trading has wrote, the Sumerian Book of Kings and emergence of postmodern human coincide. Spot on. Yep. Yeah. The actual tablet, I don't know if you're aware of this, the actual tablet is like a 2x4 piece of wood. It's not wood, but it's kind of that sort of thing, and each side has the King's List on it, which is interesting because the King's List in Egyptian is actually on a massive wall. Anyway, sorry, I digress. Tribe has wrote, bro, reading the same stuff over and over. If people repost stuff, if you're referring to the messages that I'm reading, if people repost stuff over and over, then and as I start reading it, yes, unfortunately, I do read it. If you're on about my research, then if that's what it is, then yes, that's what it is. Dewey Duck has wrote the Earth is a penal colony for space aliens. I would like to see the evidence of that. Sorry. Believe Nudders wrote it's the eye duck. Again, I've probably missed something that you said. Tribers wrote he's confused. I am when there's huge chunks of questions going missing because of TikTok. But everything else I'm not confused. Unfortunately, I have kind of outsmarted you. I don't mean to sound rude. Yes, I do. But you obviously made up crap about God now having deities, which if you can show me where that says that in the Bible, I'd be very interested. Debo Will has wrote, how would you, in other words, Debo's wrote, how would you feel if the Anunnaki looked like giant Afro-Americans? If you can show me the evidence of it, no problem at all. I've said I get a lot of coloured people, colour trying to tell me that the Anunnaki are dark-skinned. And I keep asking for proof, and all I get is look at their lips or look at their beard, which actually is made of lapis lazuli, woven in. But so they think the curls are anyway. So basically, they try and, but there's no evidence. Obviously, the closest we've got is what it says in the tablets, which comes out as pale skin, blue eyes, and blonde hair, which is why Michelangelo, why do you think he didn't draw an Afro man in his description of an Anunnaki, the god, when he's touching the human's hand? Why is it? Yeah, you can probably guess why. Sorry. I'm going to go in a different room to just keep my phone charged. In fact, I have. Sorry. Just bear with me, everybody. I did unplug. Sorry, I've got a wire in a bag. Sorry, I didn't realise I'd be so long. Bear with me. It's alright. I've been doing this since 5 o'clock. I don't even know what the time is now. Just trying to plug. My phone will overheat at some point down the line, but I'm going to try and cover this for you. So that's the kind of guy I am this week. And I haven't got any plug sockets free. There we are on this one. Talk amongst yourselves. Call me an idiot if you want, no problem at all. I'm just going to get a drink while I'm up, if that's alright with everyone. Just sorry, my throat is really... Okay, just about to sit down again. So, those of you that are interested in learning or listening to me talking about things that I don't normally talk about on here, like the glass balls on the moon, like a 4-hour documentary that I made on spirits, reincarnation, all that kind of stuff, or mermaids even. I have done a documentary. They're all on my Patreon page, so if you are very interested in so much more, just have a look if there's anything there you fancy. Sorry, I'm scrolling. So I read out the giant Americans as Afro-Americans. Happy. I mean, I've said the first humans were dark-skinned. You know, and the only way white-skinned people would have been here is because of the dark-skinned people, where the Anunnaki bred with the dark-skinned people. They were white-skinned. Probably ended up with olive-skinned and white-skinned. So if not for... Because I know it comes across, and forgive me, but it really does, the amount of people that keep saying I'm whitewashing the black history, etc., etc. It comes across that people don't realise what I'm saying. Yes, the dark-skinned were here first. But you can't have the Anunnaki as well, because the Anunnaki bred with the humans, as written in the tablets, which gave us the different colour skins. Now, if you've got two blacks, where did the white people come from? Now, I know people say, oh, the white people are a genetic mutation. And I'll let Sherry answer that if she's ever if she's still listening. Thank you for the crown, whoever that was. I didn't quite catch the name. Gavin has wrote Lucifer means light bearer. Dow has wrote life is a miracle. Don't worry too much. Scroll to the bottom again. Sorry, I will not use this phone again. I'll use the other one. So annoying. Sorry, just scrolling. Oh, this is so annoying. Okay, I haven't lost anything. Just trying to go back down. I wonder if that person wrote about where the Ark was. Whether I was right that they thought it was Mount Ararat. Because the boat, the upside down boat on Mount Ararat, if there is one, which is not, is a long boat, not a circular boat. So we know straight away that anyone that does their homework knows that that's not the boat. Sorry, scrolling down. Just trying to find robots. Same stuff over and over. He's confused. Okay, Anna Hills wrote, Enki is pro-humans thoughts. Yes, he was. He was the one that literally the tablets say. Anyone can read the tablets if they want, the translations. In fact, go to my Patreon page. It's free. And down and find the links. I've put all the links of where I get my information from. So it's there for you guys, all in one place. No excuses. So pro-human, yes, he was. He was upset when they tried to allow the flood to happen, or the deluge. He was even the one that was telling Moses to go and, or Atrahasis to go and save the people in Israel, basically. But of course, the plagues and everything happened in Egypt because of the blocking of the waterways, etc. Watch my video on Patreon if you're interested in that one. Bloop has wrote, can you explain rhesus negative blood group? Hopefully you heard me earlier. Very short then. If you didn't, Anunnaki blood type. Basically, it's not natural to this planet. Sorry if I'm being brief on that. Tribe has wrote, Gentiles, you can't connect to the Father. And you say you're not religious. Interesting. You do know who the Father is, don't you? You know who the Father, we call the Father, our Father, who art in space. You know who that is? Enki. It is. It's amazing how one book can make people, forgive me if you're religious, but it's crazy how one book, and if you're religious, the book's full of holes. You know that. There's discrepancies after discrepancies. Knowing now that there's ancient tablets that predate it that actually is the Bible copied from, would you not want to go back to that, or would you rather just still ignorantly, and I don't mean to be rude, thank you Doodlepug for the rose, I don't mean to be rude, but I couldn't do it. I read the Bible, not because I was religious, because I wanted to find out. I'm that curious type of person, and there was just too many holes in it. 1 minute this is said, 1 minute that's said, and I was like, no, this just doesn't make sense. But when you read the tablets, and I'll be doing a video on it if anyone's interested, I'll be reading out the actual tablets in one whole lump, so you'll get the full story of the Anunnaki, which is amazing. I mean, you could read the Lost Book of Enki, that's just as good, but I'll be reading the actual tablets. Sorry, anyway, I digressed there. Kalisa has wrote, but when you have already a propaganda-based view on reality, of course you won't open up to new info. True. King of the Earth has wrote, what I'm saying is Enki still prayed. Oh, if you could show me any evidence of that, any evidence whatsoever, I would love to see that. I don't mean to sound rude, but obviously if you've got the evidence of that, I've not come across that. And the only thing that they would pray to, in my opinion, would have been the creator of everything, which they do mention. I've not actually read the tablets of that, but Sitchin supposedly has. But bearing in mind he did travel and he did live in those areas and could read tablets, so not all museums actually translate, or all places that have the tablets translate. So he could quite easily have gone along and read whatever he needed to read, whereas I can't do that. But so yeah, if you've got any evidence whatsoever that he prayed, please let me know. I've never read anything. Rubens wrote Bob Frisell. I don't know who that is. Koa Jenes has wrote Enlil is New World Order. Well, actually, funny enough, obviously Enlil's dead now and been dead since before we all formed different countries and whatever else. But the funny thing is, there is in the Oxford University website, there's a collection of tablets that the Oxford University have called the World Order, which I found very fascinating. Didn't say New World Order, it said World Order. So of course, more modern time, we would add the word new, because that means there's an older one. So was those tablets, or were those tablets, the original New World Order, which we now call New World Order? So, and if you read the tablet, in fact, that's interesting, you made an excellent point. I mean, slightly wrong with the Enlil part, but as far as a New World, but a World Order, yes. Anyway, I'll need to read whether or not those ones were the ones where Enlil's trying to get rid of people. Because if it is, bang, then we've got the New World Order trying to repeat the Old World Order, which was depopulation. Interesting. Dowers wrote, and choose wisely what you will do with your time you have, mate. I'm trying my best to do that. Based on Matthew has wrote, the serpent symbology represents the desire mind on one level. Michelle's wrote, God created life. No. Take the Bible away. Throw the Bible away. Now give me any evidence whatsoever. You've got none. Zero, zilch, nada. But I've got evidence of where they come from, where the actual tablets say that the first humans come from. Science backs it up by saying the first Homo sapiens come from Africa, South Africa to be precise, exactly where the Anunnaki were. So, Michelle, I'm afraid you're not clued up. You're just going by a Bible. And again, not knocking you. It's not your fault. You have no knowledge of probably the Anunnaki or anything like that. But this is what I'm here for. If you're interested, watch my videos or just research it. If you're not interested, move along. No problem. Wish you all the very best. Dave has wrote, just sun and moon cycles. I'm not sure what that's referring to. Marcus has wrote, so yes, we were created by aliens. Correct. Spot on. Anna Hills wrote, and Enki is pro-humans. Thoughts? Yeah, read one of those versions that you've... Rabbit has wrote, caption, he means he watched Ancient Aliens. So Rabbit's thinking that my knowledge is from Ancient Aliens. Oh, I do like it. I have actually done videos where I disagree with certain things in the Ancient Aliens programs. I actually talked to some of the people on Ancient Aliens. So... But no, I didn't get my research from Ancient Aliens. So unfortunately... and then... that's nice of you. Rabbits wrote, sorry, I can see you're actually really smart and I appreciate all you're doing for me. Please block me because I'm a bit of a numpty. Okay, I'll do that just for you. But it's very nice of you to say how smart I am. I do appreciate that. That's the only reason why I do these lives. Dowers wrote, no big fart did, in other words, create humans. And then Dow went on to write, I agree with the guy above. Oh, what's that about? Ancient Aliens. I agree with the guy above. You are actually really smart. I appreciate everything you've said. I am a bit of a prat. Please block me. Oh, Dow. It's not your fault you're a prat. But I will block you, because you just asked nicely. Saves me wasting time reading out numpty's messages. Glenn Allen has wrote, all of these alien creation people never answer me on the dating methods and their flaws. So you're asking me, or you're saying that other alien creation people, well, you've never come across me, sir. So I'm here. Hopefully I'll get to your message if TikTok doesn't scroll all the way to the bottom. I am here with dating. Now, obviously, you do know you can't carbon date or radio date stone. But when we've got tablets to talk about shars, and we know the shars, well, it's 3,600 years of our years, then we can date. That's how we date things in terms of when the Anunnaki came. So I'm happy to point you in the directions of those tablets. Now, you could say they're all lying about another planet with how long their orbit is, but I mean, that's pretty impressive for a very first language ever on this planet, with only probably a handful of people that could read or write back then. Think about that for a second. And they write about a planet having an elliptical orbit around now. Yeah, it's pretty impressive. User, and I will be doing a video, as I say, on my Patreon page covering all of that from the actual translations. User 51 has wrote, Joshua is not evil, he defeated evil. I've not mentioned really anything to do with Joshua other than what other people's read. Wrote, Pablo has wrote, White Dragon, aka Christo Dragon, is enemy of the New World Order. To be honest, I don't know what that's referring to, so you've got me on that one. Frequency has wrote, can you speak on Dr. John D, please? He was consorting with the Anunnaki. Was he consorting with the Anunnaki? I'm sorry, I'm just going to have a quick drink. Sorry. To be honest, I don't recall who John D is. If you could let me know quickly and then pin it, whether he says he was talking to Enlil or Enki. If he was, ignore him. Ignore him. They died at least 3,000 BC. I mean, based on Gilgamesh's description, we're looking at probably 7 to 8,000 BC. So if he says that, then just walk away. It's up to you if you believe him, but in fact, there is, according to ChatGDP, I may have read it, but may not have understood it. But apparently, there is text in the Oxford University translations of Enki dying. So I will be looking for that tomorrow. So, which case, anyone that says they talk to John D is the king's philosopher in the 16th century. Thank you, Sherry. Yeah, I've not come across that. Thank you for letting me know. But does he say he talks to Enki or Enlil? And how would he know about the Anunnaki? If he's 16th century, the name Anunnaki is a translation that, if you believe debunkers, isn't in the tablets, and therefore it's a made-up name by Zechariah Sitchin. So what name did the 16th century John D give for the race of beings that he was talking to, if you get where I'm going with this? So you can see my logic here. Scroll all the way to the bottom. Someone wrote, Frequencies wrote, he claimed to consort with angels and demons. Well, there is no such thing as a demon. So he's lying, unfortunately. And the reason why there's no such thing as a demon, describe a monster to me. You can't. Hang on, a monster? That's just something scary. So what's a demon? Something evil. Got you. So when he's talking to angels, and angels are messengers, so no. So I would not bother with reading it. So as soon as someone says the word heaven, as if like it's angelic or anything like that, if you want to, it's up to you if you want to believe it. But I move along, because we know, as it says in the Bible, as it says in the ancient tablets, the sun, the moon, and the stars are in heaven. That is the name for space. So as soon as anyone, even I've paid clairvoyants, mediums, and spiritualists to ask questions about, my long list of questions that I need to know about reincarnation and what happens in the afterlife and all this kind of stuff. I've paid people just to answer these questions. As soon as one of them says heaven, I say, thank you very much, goodbye. Goodbye. The good ones will tell you there's higher and lower frequencies. They're right. As soon as they mention heaven, they're just quoting a load of crap that they don't. Anyway, sorry, that's just my opinion. It's up to you if you don't believe me. It scrolled all the way to the bottom. Really annoying, but sorry. So it's a bit nearer. Nikki's wrote, so I've missed questions out. Forgive me, it's not me. It's TikTok. Someone had to care of that first baby. You mean the first Homo sapien? Yes, it was spot on. Yes, you're right. Obviously, it wasn't an almighty being feeding the baby milk. I know people could say, well, Adam was fully formed when he suddenly appeared, but no, he was found in reed baskets by Enki's physio. It's all in the tablets. It's mental, but no one bothers reading them. But yeah, but Enki basically had his wicked way with two humans, females. They both gave birth. His vizier, who was called, I can't remember the name of him, he told Enki, look, you're the two women that you had wicked way with are pregnant. And then he told his vizier to go and put them in a basket and sail them down the river, and then you find them and pretend that they are, nothing to do with me, but bring them to me. So that's what they did, and he brought them these two babies, boy and girl, Adapa and Titi, and Enki was like, wow, look, these look different from the humans, because obviously the skin colour's different. Oh, this is weird, and started saying to people, this is weird. Look, I'll tell you what, I'll look after these. They were his kids. And guess what he called them? Adapa and Titi, which is Adam and Eve, and that's why he wrote about them. It's all in tablets. For the first ever language to write that kind of stuff, when only a handful of people could have wrote it, learnt to read and write, and they wrote stuff like that, it's either real or someone had a hell of an imagination for 1,000 odd years or more, writing in Sumerian cuneiform with a first ever language, hoping that someone else would be able to read it and understand it. Yeah, it's real. Tribe has spoke to the police dog and it started barking. I don't know what that was referring to. I've missed another chunk of things because of TikTok. Sherry's wrote, please try not to swear in the chat, thanks. Thank you, Sherry. Forgive me, I might have accidentally let one slip today. Believe Nada has wrote, Yoda is the key to the eye. Judge me by your size, do you? Donald Trump has wrote, watch the daily life of the immortal kings, that's God. Spot on. Yeah, they to humans back then, because their lifespan was obviously way longer than ours, way longer. I mean, there's stories of tribes calling another planet the planet of, I can't remember which tribes, so forgive me. Again, I did all this research just for my own knowledge. I didn't expect to have to repeat it to people. But there's tribes out there that was said about a planet that has 1 million years, which is basically what the Anunnaki would live for here on Earth if the atmosphere and the sun and the gravity and whatever else caused them to age quicker. They would live for 1 million years here on Earth, but of course they sleep for 14 days and 14 nights, which is just, it's done it again. It's scrolled to the bottom. I don't know why it does that when I look back at the screen. I'm so sorry, everybody. It's really annoying. Read that one. Joshi has wrote, what research are you reading? I'm not reading, it's from my memory from 40 years, which is why I may forget the odd weird name from time to time. Raz has wrote, Putta claimed to be the father and grandfather to human beings. Yes, you know who that is, don't you? You know who that is, Raz. Enki. It all comes back round to Enki, our father. So Ptah is the Egyptian name, for those of you who don't know, for the main god of Egypt. And Ra was Ptah's son. Guess who Ra was in Egypt? Marduk, who was Enki's son. So, yeah, Ptah was the father, our father, who art in space. And let's be honest, he did have a spaceship. So, User29 is right. I agree with you in part. I'd love to know what part you don't agree with. I'd be happy to talk about it. 3 Re has wrote, we at war with Baal, Marduk, Satan, and Enki, Lucifer, Father, and Astra is Azrael, general working for. That's a mouthful. I'll just try and break that down. So Baal came along way later in ancient Egypt. We at war with Marduk. Okay, we could possibly be at war with Marduk. I don't know. I doubt it, but we could be. I guess he might still be alive. Satan, again, no such person as Satan. It could be. There's no such Anunnaki as Satan. I think it's more of a modern name. And then Enki, you're saying we're at war with Enki, which he's dead thousands of years ago, so that doesn't. And Ashtar is Azrael General. I don't know what the last parts mean. Eastern Mug has wrote, how were the pyramids built? Can't answer it exactly. I can tell you my thoughts on it. A lot of it's to do with the fact that basically sound levitation. I have done a video on my Patreon page, patreon.com/ on how I believe they cut the stones from the quarry. And no, they weren't. If you're talking about the Giza pyramids, they weren't poured limecrete, as some people say, because each block is a different size. So, they're genius enough to build this monument, and it's not a monument, it is a power source to produce a light beam. Anyway, so they're smart enough to do that, but they can't keep the same mould for 2.5 million bricks because each block was a different size. So no, they just cut the blocks out and then put them there and put another one on, and then when they got round to the final part, they would cut another block a different size to fit in between. How were they built? So acoustic levitation is my. So go back and watch video number 1 onwards, and you'll see my calculations of exactly how they used acoustic levitation, and it's a lot to do with the scarab beetle, believe it or not. They actually have an anti-gravity force in their wings, which is a cone. I won't bore you, but go watch my videos from number 1 onwards. If you do want to watch my videos from number 1 onwards, probably best to go to my website, and then you can either go to YouTube from there or watch them on my website, outruehistory.co.uk, and on there's sets of 5 or sets of 50, so you can watch them in one whole go. People have actually binge watched them all freaking night, bless people. They must hate me by now for listening to my voice. Nicholas Curtis wrote, the whole design of Earth is death. Design of Earth, I wouldn't have said that. I mean, creatures live for as long as they live and then die. I mean, would you not agree that things have to die? Because, I mean, even the universe at some point, or everything in the universe, should I say, will more than likely come to an end. Whether it's because of a black hole, whether it's because of supernovas. Now, if you go by astronomers, proper astronomers, when I say proper, ones that we see on TV that seem to think they know everything, they've done calculations that in X amount of trillions of years, there'll be nothing in space, nothing, because everything would have destroyed itself, sucked itself in, so when you say the whole design of Earth is death, I kind of disagree, because I'm alive now and I'm enjoying myself. So if I die, I would have had a period of life, and I can't begrudge. I wouldn't want to live forever, so I don't see it as a design of death, really. Donald Trump wrote, what's the day? I didn't read that one. Lit Life has wrote, sinner. I'm guessing that's me. I'm guessing you're religious to use that kind of word. I'm a sinner because Enki was the great Lord, before the Bible even was thought of. Enki said he was the great Lord. Enki created us, and I'm the sinner. Litters wrote, Joshua is coming for his people. No. Where was he when World War One was happening? Where was he when World War II was happening? Where was he when Genghis Khan went round and killed people? Where was he when Joan of Arc needed him? Where was... You get what I'm saying. 1,000 years, people will still be sprouting that. And I don't mean to sound rude, but they will. People will be going, Joshua and Jesus is going to come and save us. Well, at what point? You'll be long gone. At what point is he actually going to come and do something? It's not, obviously, but you're just going to keep saying that because you want to believe that. And that's fine. If you want to believe that, fine. But trust me, in 1,000 years, people will go, oh, they're coming back. He's going to come back and he's going to bake us a cake. No, he's not. He's not coming back. Nikki's wrote, great conversation. Thank you very much. Sorry if I'm facetious sometimes. I don't mean to be. Well, I try not to be. Tribe of Judas wrote, he keeps reading the same thing over and over. That's the second time you've actually wrote that. So if you're as smart as I doubt you are, but if you was a smart person, you would write something twice. So then I would read it over a second time, and then you'd be able to say, haha, told you he's reading stuff over and over because you wrote the same thing twice. But I doubt if you was that smart to do that, but that's what I would have done. It would have been quite clever. Doodle Bug has wrote, what do you think about the blood? I'm guessing you're on about the RH negatives. Hopefully you heard me earlier. I don't know how far I am back on time because it keeps jumping, but RH negative alien Anunnaki blood type from Middle East 100,000 years ago when they bred with humans. Sorry if I'm quick, it's just because that one I've answered before. Ariel's wrote, why do you think the Bible calls you a flock of sheep? Because people will do what they're told, pretty much. That's a good point. Michael, tell you what, go number 3 in the class for that. That's good. Michael's wrote, who created the aliens? This is easy. We came from intelligent design. That's it. However, someone else has actually pointed out the elements that's required to make life on here already. And if you just go and research it, you can see that chemicals can create life now. They have done that. So, Michael, when you say that's it, so if now we can create life from chemicals which are not living, and we now can create life. If I did that right now, if I got those chemicals and put them together and created life, I am a god, Michael. There's no arguing with it. Because you say, we came from intelligent design, that's it. I have now, as an intelligent, I'd like to think I'm intelligent, as an intelligent being, if I create life using chemicals, I am a god, which is why Google keeps calling me God. I have identified as a god from a very early age, from probably 1920. I know it sounds stupid, so we're talking 30 odd years ago. Way before this, I identify as other things come along. I have identified as a god. Don't ask me why. I'll tell you if you ask, but I have. It's not. Yeah. Anyway, 3 Koreas wrote Chatula and the old ones, and people doing this to me, and that Yodabuth Demarage Abracasa, aka Samuel. I'll take your word for that. I can't even read afterwards. Nicholas Curtis wrote, the whole design of Earth is death. Again, doesn't make sense. How do you treat your sheep, as Ariel's wrote? Same way Enlil did. With disdain. He really did. Teddy has wrote, I can help you show a correlation between hidden info written in Proof of the World. I would love to see some new info that I may not have caught on to. That'd be great. Thank you. Just follow me and send me a message if you can, and I'll read it. Tribe of Judas wrote, it hurts me because I love everyone and race, even if they're aliens. Oh, that's nice. Donald Trump has wrote, it's obvious God is a Chinese anime. See, I do like a laugh sometimes. Well done. Brilliant. Thank you for that. Teddy. Oh, it's fucking scrolled to the bottom again. Sorry. TikTok is crap for this. I don't know whether there's a limit on how many messages before it scrolls me down to the bottom. That's probably what it is. Sorry, I'm trying to stay. I've been doing this since 5 o'clock, so I do want to read everyone's questions. This is live, by the way, everybody. I'm just trying to find back where I was. Chinese anime. Teddy's wrote, truth, Adam and Eve story that was intentionally done to them in the garden. Technically it wasn't really a garden, it was a location, but unfortunately people's gone with the garden part. But Endel kicked him out for a couple of reasons. One is he didn't want him to see the tech, because he realised that Adam was smart. Eve wasn't even in there. Enki didn't take Eve to Eden, Edin, as it's actually properly pronounced. But he didn't want to show him the tech, and he also got very upset with the fact that he was wearing a loincloth, which means he had, I don't know how you want to describe it, but he was really annoyed that he had a loincloth, meaning he shouldn't have been wearing clothes. No, it's nothing to do with Dobby getting clothes from his master. It's to do with the acknowledgement that he's, I don't know what the word is, you guys can probably work it out, but he's sentient enough to know to wear clothes, if that makes sense. And that really angered Enlil when he kicked him out of the garden. Of course it wasn't a garden, kicked him out of the area that they were in where his tech craft and that was as well. So it all makes sense to me. Commons wrote, have you seen Graham Hancock's Netflix show about ancient alien civilizations, the lost human civilization? I still only watched 2 or 3 episodes of that, so forgive me, I can't give you my views on it. Graham Hancock's is really good. I do like him. Fingerprints of the God, I thought was a really good book. Again, as with a lot of these researchers, I disagree with some things, and some I agree with. Again, they may do the same to me. It's not... Michelle's wrote, if aliens created us, who created the aliens? Again, chemicals. Just look up, can chemicals create life, and you'll see certain chemicals. They actually tell you what chemicals are if you look it up. Teddy's wrote, a scenario that plays out every day in our world evidence, seen in our world evidence. Sorry, not sure what that means, Teddy. Tribe has wrote, the Ark was a spaceship, this guy is lost. Okay, Tribe, show me the evidence. I'll show you the evidence that it was a round boat. I'll show you that right now. Before I show you it, even though I've already said it, where it is, the evidence. Everybody, Tribe, bless this person, is going to write down right now where the evidence is, because if he's got no evidence, then it's just a guess. So when you say, I'm lost, if you're guessing, so you can't guess. I don't play guessing games. I do this by research. So Tribe is going to write down, everybody, right now, where the evidence is that it's a spaceship. Okay, cool. So I'm now going to point you where the evidence is that it's not a spaceship, that it actually uses a certain amount of rope and wood. And that's in the tablet that the British Museum has, that the curator of the British Museum. So all you have to do is type in on YouTube, and the curator of the British Museum that can read Sumerian cuneiform actually has the tablet where it starts off with Enki, and he tells the read wall, because he's not allowed to actually directly tell Zazudra, which is Noah, which you probably don't know because you're waffling on about a spaceship. So yeah, so basically, sorry, I just saw a message coming up saying that my internet was bad. So hopefully it's not causing a problem. But Tribe is not, hopefully wrote where this evidence of a spaceship for the Ark is. If he's got none, please, I think it doesn't say what, but Tribe is going to show us the evidence that the MI5 have it. You can see, because if you don't have the evidence, then all you're doing is just making crap up. I could say the MI5 has my birth certificate that says I'm a god. Do you see what I'm saying, Tribe? You see what I'm saying? You can't just come out with stuff without the evidence. I'm pointing you to the evidence, showing you exactly how much wood was needed to build the Ark and how much rope. In fact, the curator of the British Museum reads it all out and tells you how big that size was. In fact, they actually he got someone, a timber person to actually, because they built it in cubits, timber person to actually recreate the size using his knowledge and computers to see how big it was, the actual ark. And they did have some. Tribers wrote, he is the evidence. Okay, I'm probably going to now have to pass on your questions and comments because obviously everyone's now laughing. Please all stop laughing at Tribe. Please stop laughing. So, the evidence of the Ark was a spaceship is Tribe himself, the person himself, here on this comment. Okay, has everyone stopped laughing? Sorry, Tribe, you did make yourself... I asked for evidence and... Well, I am a god then. You cannot say I'm not now. If you're going to say you're evidence of a spaceship that the Ark was, I'm going to say I'm a god. So I can't keep reading your messages out and wasting, because people actually want to know proper stuff instead of silly stuff. And I will say silly because obviously I've asked for evidence. You've now said it's MI5 and now you're saying it's you. So I will pass on that. Donna's sent me a peace sign to say calm down, just stop getting angry at numpties. Thank you, Donna. Appreciate that. Hope you're well. Litters wrote, and sorry to call you a numpty, but it is a numpty thing. You know what you've done, Tribe. You know what you've done. Litters wrote, you are where I was 20 years ago. Keep searching. God is real. Okay, Litter, answer this. Why in Genesis 1:26 does it say plural, them and us? And 1:27 it was changed. Tell me why you go by God instead of gods. Tell me why. Everybody, Litter's going to reply back as to why man changed it to singular and yet plural in the older version 1:26. Litter's going to reply. Doubt she will. Well, we're going to end up doing what we did with Tribe, where we end up getting nonsensical replies that are a bit out there. And of course, my stuff that I talk about is out there, but I do point to the evidence. Collectors has wrote question: why, if they want us to know who created humans, so hard to try and figure out? Well, it's not. They wrote it in tablets. I mean, they even drew double helixes. I don't know if you're and the tree of life and things like that, but it's there. I mean, just read it. I've read. You can read the translations, and this isn't translation by Zachariah Sitchin. This is by many scholars. It actually lists all the names of the scholars that's translated it to make it the best possible translation they could possibly do. So it's not hard. It's just sadly people have took from the cuneiforms to the Babylonian translations to the Sumerian to the Babylonian to Aramaic, and then to Hebrew, then to English. It got mixed up terribly, as you can probably appreciate. And now people tell me I'm wrong because there's a singular God, even though the Hebrew version is way down the line and copied off of the older ones, and then they tell me I'm wrong. But no, it's out there. We can read it. I've read it, and that's why it makes 100% sense to me. Luxacreza has wrote, God doesn't even care if our life and chat here. It's our own experience. We're fun. Well, technically, the Anunnaki don't care. I would agree with that. Doodlebugs wrote, what about the blood RH? What's your opinion? Hopefully you heard me earlier about it being the Anunnaki's blood group. I'm not the only one that comes up with that. That's there's people out there that's done their research and agree. 3Re has wrote, this goes deep, and they are controlled by the Animus Borg race made by Ahriam and Abraxas. Oh, it's just freaking scrolled to the bottom. Sorry, I was interested when it got to the Borg part. Now it's gone all the way to the bloody top again. Janie's here, who's a medium, also a spirit, also an Anunnaki from the other day, I remember. Hi, Janie. Anna Hill. Sorry, it scrolled to the top. I've missed loads now because of TikTok. Trust me, it's not me. I will use my other phone next time. Anna Hills wrote Team Enki. You say that. Did it? Okay. Sorry. Sherry's wrote, it was me. I just cancelled the Tribe of Judah. Yeah, sometimes thank you, Sherry. So when one of the moderators shuts someone up for whatever reason, it scrolls all the way to the bottom to show me that someone's been blocked. But of course, it unfortunately causes me to scroll all the way back to the top. Anna Hill, you wrote Team Enki, but the problem with that is, I don't know what way you're inclined, but he had relationships with his daughter, his daughter's daughter, his daughter's daughter's daughter, his daughter's 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 daughter. And when I say relationships, it's sort of more like a one thing type thing. But yeah, he's naughty bad for that. So as much as I appreciate his skills in all the things that he did, yeah, very clever person, but or Anunnaki, but yeah, naughty. I guess. Yeah. Anyway, June has wrote, "What about the Laker team? I bet TikTok won't block the question." I don't know what Laker team is. Sorry, June. I'm guessing that's an American thing, maybe. Sorry, I don't know. Just scrolling down. People chatting to each other. Christine ADC has wrote, "Garden is an easy way to explain Adam and Eve broke the laws." Yeah, I agree. Yeah, it makes sense. Instead of sort of saying a particular area that had tech in it. Ariel has wrote, and then when it failed, it tweeted out its plan to physiological manipulation of humanity. Again, because I've missed some because of TikTok. I'm sorry, I don't know what that's referring to. Simple Stories wrote, "Feels shame?" Again, I've missed some because of TikTok. Gavers wrote, "I've been taking the odd look at this, and it is so interesting. The idea of demons is really scary." Again, no such thing, in my opinion, as demons, because no one can ever describe one. Trust me, I've had all sorts of people say all sorts of things as demons. Like every single alien race is a demon. How can that be? Seriously. The closest I get to a demon, because obviously demon is just a name for something evil, the closest I get to a demon is possibly the jinn, which is an entity that possesses people. Unless someone can tell me, show anything else. And jinn, we do have stories of, whereas demons, we kind of have people saying something's a demon. Like I say Bill Gates is a demon, but, I can't prove it. So that's why I say the closest we've got is the jinn, which is an entity. Kishda has wrote, he realised he was naked. Are you referring to Adam? No, according to the older texts that predate the Bible, that literally has nothing wrong with it, no errors compared to the Bible, he had a loincloth. Sorry. 3 Readers wrote, "It's all about power and greed all around the cosmos." You are spot on. It's a sad thing, isn't it? Because it's literally greed. In evolution terms, it's, what's the word they call it? Survival of the fittest. In evolution terms, but once you're sentient, it becomes about power. No, not even sentient, really. I mean, look at lions, and they become the leader of the pride over, is it greed or is it inherent? I don't know. But yeah, greed is a bad thing. Janie's right. I've been curated for a Pacific embodiment to become the next guardian for you. Ah, thank you, Janie. Hopefully you mean me as in me personally. That'd be nice. Jennifer's wrote, "What about Urantia?" I don't know what that is. I've not heard of Urantia. I'm sorry. Hate not knowing things. I'm pretty good, but I don't know what that is. Dad Jokes channel. Oh God, it sounds bad as me here. Do you think the Anunnaki still exist on Nibiru? Yes, I do. Now, there is a craft that the NASA has called the X-37. I remember it now. Go look that up. And basically, it's a mini. It's a mini space shuttle, and they sent a fleet up of these with a particular power device that could. I can't remember the name of it. It's in the book. If you want to go and look at the book called Black Ops. It's a long title. Black Ops, Aliens, Spirits, Bigfoot. I know that's the title of a book. Black Ops, Aliens, Spirits, Bigfoot, and Our Untold History. It's got all about the X-37. Anyway, it's got this particular device on it which it explains what that is in that book. I just can't remember the name of it off the top of my head. And supposedly, according to whistleblowers, those automated, robot piloted or remote craft, these X-37s, went up to push Nibiru out of the way, and obviously, when it comes back around, it won't affect us. Now, obviously, if the Anunnaki are on Nibiru, they're not going to want their orbit messed around with, unless they've allowed that. But I find that hard to imagine. But for all intents and purposes, because they live for 1 million years of our time, then there's no reason why they're still, not living on their planet now. Just the ones that from 1 million years ago, child that was born on Nibiru now will probably be 100 years old on their planet, but 1 million years on ours. So I can't see why they wouldn't still be there. David wrote, some people will believe anything you read online. I think that's the same person that thinks I'm stupid. Unfortunately, when I do ask Dave to explain why these tablets can tell us stuff that we didn't know about, like asteroid belt, and we only found out a few hundred years ago, Dave will do a runner because he can't answer why tablets know stuff we don't know and found out. And Dave's not going to say that they had a massive telescope and could see the asteroid belt. So Dave's a bit of a numpty. Sorry, Dave. Tugwa has wrote he was wearing a sackcloth. You could be right. Forgive me. Yeah, I have too many Tarzan movies. So you could be right. So I apologise if I am wrong on that. Moderator Jane just muted Annie Hill for 5 minutes. Oh dear. Sorry, it scrolled all the way to the bottom because of that. And now it's scrolled all the way to the top, but I've missed questions again. Blind Faith has wrote, where are they now not showing up? I'm guessing that should be why are they now not showing up? Again, I've missed some because it scrolled all the way to the bottom, so I'm guessing you're on about the tablets or the Anunnaki. Why are they now not showing up? So if you're referring to the Anunnaki, they left, or the older ones died here on Earth, and they're dealing with our military. If they turned up now, chances are we would probably try and shoot them, and hunters would love a giant 14-foot alien head on a trophy. So yeah, I mean, I think they're smart enough to know that we. I mean, even back then, when you read the text, you realise that we started, fighting. Mainly because of them, they wanted us to fight. Like Enki had his lot, the Enki-lights, and Enlil had his lot, the Ennulites, and these were just humans, and we were fighting their wars for them. So we obviously got to a point where we realised that we can start fighting against gods and things like that. Janie's wrote, "You are a god." Oh, thank you, Janie. Lowercase. Yes, I'll take that lowercase, of course. And Janie's wrote, "Chemicals are real." Janie's wrote, "Your chemicals, spot on." Yeah. Janie's wrote, "That's all you are," spot on. Gav's wrote, "That's my question. I want to believe what we all grew up learning in school is factual." I wouldn't say it is, for sure. Just scrolling down. Pablo wrote, Chick Janie You will soon realise the truth. So I'm missing something between a couple of people chatting probably. Christine has wrote, or Christina, sorry, has wrote. I read Christine before, ADC, but it's actually Christina DC. My apologies. They translated it in a way in those days people could understand. Yes, I agree. Spot on. But also they didn't have words like, levitation and UFOs and things like that. Tugwashers wrote, Jesus said, it's time to read Revelation, beloved, now. So I read CH 327. There was a knock at the. I'm trying to find the next bit. Anyone guess that it's going to be door? I'm trying to find the next bit. So the problem with Tugwash is I can't argue with when it comes to Jesus because the period of Jesus, because there's no older text. So literally it's what was written, between 30 and 90 years after Jesus was around. Do we take that as gospel? Do we believe that 100%? Obviously I can't. No, I can't remember what I had for dinner yesterday, let alone write what someone else had a conversation about, 30 to 90 years ago. And we know that it's wrong because the date that Jesus was born, 25th of December, isn't actually correct, because when you actually go back to the actual original papyrus or whatever it was written on, you'll find that it was summertime because all the sheep was out and all that kind of stuff. So you realise it's not me saying that, that's other researchers that literally broke it down and said this is not December. This is the summertime when they're grazing and all that kind of stuff. So when you've got straight away before Jesus is even born, you've got a discrepancy in the Bible of when he was born, then you realise that you can't take all as fact, even though religious people seem to want to. Just from that alone, you have to sort of say, okay, maybe I'll take it with a pinch of salt because of those reasons. Blind Faith has wrote, why don't they show up and tell us they made us? This is just a belief. Well, technically, if it's just a belief, then why have we got two fused chromosomes? You probably wouldn't be able to answer that. So humans have number 23 and number 24 are fused together. So why don't they tell us they made us? Why don't you go round to all the dogs and say, sorry dogs, we've bred you so that you can be a hunting dog, so you can be some other type of dog, guard dog, so you can be this and you can be that. Are you going to go and do that? You're not. Why should they come here? They've written the tablets. We've got the tablets. Why would they want to come here? What benefit is that for them? Only because you want. I know you've got Blind Faith as your name. Only because you want to be able to debunk them. So you're saying, why aren't they coming here and telling us? And because they're not, what you're really saying is because they're not going to come here and tell us, therefore there's no such thing as the Anunnaki, even though we've got the tablets and we've got all of their buildings and everything else. So I would say to you, Blind Faith, you all know where I'm going to go with this, because you wrote, this is just a belief. I would say to you, take the Bible away and show me any evidence of any almighty being. Any, just one bit, one. I'll just wait. I'll get down to your message in a minute. Just show me, point me to one evidence, and don't say, "Oh, someone didn't get run over the other day, therefore it was because of an almighty being." Please don't say something like that. So if you can't, if you have to go by the book, and the book copies the older text, and you're saying that it's a belief, so the older texts are a belief, but the Bible that copied the older texts are not. Sorry, Blind Faith. Just doesn't work like that. Sorry, scrolling down. People chatting to each other. Ariel's wrote, God is consciousness. I wouldn't say that. I mean, first of all, the Bible doesn't really say that. So I'm just guessing that, some people believe that because they've come up with that idea to get round the discrepancies. I do believe we have a light energy being orb with us that joins with us and then leaves us. But I don't think that's a god. Lorna's wrote, is the moon a giant satellite? Right, so the moon, good question, go number 2 in the class for that. So the moon, there's three trains of thought on the moon. So the first one is that a planet called Tiamat was broken up because of Nibiru had 7 moons, but 4 of those moons, as according to the Urim Elish, the ancient text. I mean, who writes that in the ancient text, talking about a planet getting smashed by moons? Seriously? Anyway, so it's clearly real, Dave, and all those other people that keep saying it's make-believe. So anyway, the planet smashed into Tiamat. That's the name of a planet that was in between Jupiter and Saturn, which works out correct because it's a thing called Bode's Law. Every planet there. Anyway, which then ended up creating Earth and an asteroid belt, and possibly the moon. Now, recently, astronomers have dated back or gone back with the moon because it's getting further and further away from Earth. They've worked out that if X amount of millions, billions of years ago, it would have been actually with Earth. So if the two were literally on top of each other, you would think that, okay, it's a possibility that they broke off. You know, obviously Earth isn't what it looks like now. You know, it would have, from gravity, would have created the shape that it's in now. So originally it would have been lumps of rock all stuck together. So you could say, fair enough, that makes sense. Now, that's one train of thought. Then you've got the other one, which is that it was Kingu. Now, Kingu was a planet, was a moon, around Nibiru, which is the same planet that had 7 moons that smashed, 4 of those moons smashed into Tiamat. Apparently, one of the moons ended up becoming, if you believe Zecharia Sitchin, becoming one of the moons being called Kingu, ended up becoming our moon. So again, would that be right close to us if we was formed from Tiamat? If one of the moons smashed into it? Yeah, it could be. To be fair, would make sense again. So that's the second choice, and then the third one would be that it's a hollowed out spaceship and brought here. Now, I've watched other people's research on it, such as the Y files and things like that, where obviously he's not mentioned certain things, which it's up to him. He may not have even researched certain things, but his conclusion was it makes it sound like, he's on YouTube. He's a good guy, but sometimes he's a bit flawed in things, but it's fair enough. But his conclusion is that it's a hollowed out spaceship. Now, the problem I've got with that is, if it's not a hollowed out spaceship, a spaceship that's been brought here and covered over with fake moon dust to allow dinosaurs to look up and think, oh, it's a moon. Not that they would know any difference anyway. So you see my point. This is the problem with the spaceship being brought here, or a spaceship travelling here, and then becoming our moon, because they've covered it with stuff to make it look like it's a moon. Which is really stupid because, back when it was first here, and I know people say there's tribes out there that say there was a time before the moon. No, there wasn't, because we've got the Urim Elish that talks about the moon. That predates tribes. That predates everything. In terms of anyone that say there was no moon here and then suddenly a moon turned up, predates it. So the moon was here. You can't say, oh, the Urim Elish that predates tribes, Native American tribes, Indian tribes, whatever tribes, it way predates. So you can't say, oh, they knocked up an idea that there was a moon and it became a moon of Earth. And of course, the Anunnaki actually travelled round the moon, and in fact, Enki landed on the moon at one point. He took Marduk up, according to Lost Book of Enki. So the moon's been here. So you can forget all the numpties that say the moon was dragged here and people saw it dragged here, because we've got stuff that's older than that. So the moon was here. So then you've got to ask yourself, well, if the moon was dragged, a spaceship, why cover over it even before the Anunnaki turned up? So let's pretend it wasn't an Anunnaki moon, it wasn't part of Tiamat. Why cover it as a moon? So then you could say, well, they hollowed it out, because that's where we're getting to, for the fact that supposedly it rang like a bell. So I'll get to that in a sec. So you can say, well, okay, they hollowed it out, and the crust inside is very thin. The crust on the top is very thin to the layers that they've put inside this massive moon that was originally a moon that they've hollowed out. Because the logic of them putting a spaceship there and then covering it over as if it's because any bloody UFO that's flying around, in terms of their technology, would be able to spot a moon. I mean, if we were all sitting there going, it's in a funny orbit, aliens have been flying around for a lot longer than us. They know what an orbit should be like. And if they come here and say, you know what, I think that's a spaceship, and it's covered over, it's done a great job of making it look like it. You get where I'm going. So the logic of them covering it over is relevant, because other aliens would be able to pick that out straight away. I mean, they can fly through bloody suns, and we know that because there's a thing called the X point that NASA's pointed out, that there's an actual portal. So UFOs can literally fly through a sun. So you're telling me they can't work out that there's a UFO disguised as with craft coming in and out of it as well, bearing in mind, because otherwise it would have just been sitting there as a probe. What was the point of hollowing it out and probing us? So the logic isn't there that it was a spaceship. So then you could say, well, okay, maybe they hollowed it out. Yes, it is hollow to a certain degree, because they're mining in there. How do we know they're mining there? Because whistleblowers, lots of them, have said that they've gone up there and mined for helium-3, as well as a few other materials, and already up there was aliens on the far side of the moon, and coming out some of the craters from the front side. So if we go along with the whistleblowers, as opposed to just hypothetical that it was a spaceship, so if we go with the actual whistleblowers, that it's been hollowed out, and because they're mining in there, that would explain the ringing like a bell. Makes sense. So my guess is, educated guess, is that it's the moon, but lots of aliens are mining the crap out of it, including Nazis, again, whistleblowers, and American military that ended up working with the Nazis that's told us about this kind of stuff. So hopefully that answers you from my point of view. Lazy Arse has wrote, none of mine read. Can you answer any previous ones, please? Unfortunately, when TikTok, for whatever reason, pushes me all the way to the bottom, I scroll all the way to the top, and it misses some. I think there's maybe a limit on how many questions are asked. So I apologise. I've not read your question. If I've not read your question, I don't remember your name. So it's not because I'm avoiding it. Trust me, this is live. I just don't know what you wrote, because I didn't see it, because TikTok lets me go only so far. So I apologise. I know it's frustrating. It kills me. That's why I'm still doing this from 5 o'clock till 9, because I want to read everyone's questions. Soul number 9 is, anything written by man, beast, or any life form is altered for the gain of the fallen ones. The Ajiji. No, it doesn't make sense. Why would the Ajiji? You know who the fallen ones are, don't you? The Ajiji, the Watchers. Because I can point to the Ajiji in the ancient tablets, which translates into Watchers. Can you point anywhere else other than the Bible about the Watchers, the fallen ones, or fallen angels, which are messengers? Can you point anywhere other than the Bible? Anywhere whatsoever? 5 seconds? No, of course you can't. So now you've understood that the Ajiji were the Watchers, which were the fallen ones that came down. They only called them fallen angels because they did naughty bad things against what the Anunnaki wanted, which was stealing human women. Ski has wrote, God is very real, make no mistake. I have made a mistake. Damn, sorry. It's just the fact that Enki says he's the great Lord, predating any Bible whatsoever. And is the father of us because he created us genetically, as it says in the ancient tablets. I'm sorry. I've made a mistake. Sorry about that. And you know what? God can strike me down. You know why? Because he's not going to. Because Enki, which is our father, is dead. Ah, how dare you say that? Well, he is. Ariel's wrote, without consciousness, Anunnaki couldn't do anything. Humanity couldn't do anything. Ivory Rose was just Rose, thank you. Without consciousness, Anunnaki couldn't do anything. Well, I mean, technically, if you go for a medical procedure and you're put under in general anaesthetic, you lose consciousness. So what you're really saying is, when you're alive and awake, the Anunnaki could, without being awake, the Anunnaki, because really that's what consciousness is. I know you're trying to say it's God, but let's be honest, it's not. It's you being awake is what consciousness is. Otherwise, people wouldn't say you lose consciousness. Because what you're really saying then is it's God. So you lose God for a period of time, so you fall asleep. No, it doesn't work like that. It's consciousness is you awake. D has wrote, thank you for getting rid of the crazy man. Those legal highs are messy. I'm not sure which crazy man that was. Someone's probably blocked someone. Hopefully it's not me. Gav has wrote, the ancient ancestors, no, I wish I could have a look. I really want to understand it all. Feel free to read the translations. It opens your eyes. People are chatting to each other. Cherokee has wrote, no such thing as aliens. Cherokee, as soon as we land on another planet, we're an alien. So just bear that in mind. Next time you say there's no such thing as an alien. That's the fact. Janie's saying some things, but they're in small bits, which I've missed other bits. So forgive me, Janie, for not reading out your bits. Cherokee wrote, God created humans. Only because you read it in a Bible. That's it. Why can't people understand that? On a serious note, why can't I can't, because I'm a very logical person. So you take that Bible away, you've got nothing. Zero, zilch, nothing. I don't get why they've gone with the Bible when we know the Bible is a copy of older texts. That's a fact. Sugar has wrote, I'm asking whoever will answer, and if you could write me back to my to my actual log. I'm driving now. I don't know what the question was, Sugar. Sorry. TikTok screws me over by not letting me read everything. Long story short, Truth has wrote over 150 races. Truth girl. I'm not sure what that was referring to either. Sounds like I'm struggling here, but it's only because TikTok's. Sugar. Oh, right, okay. Sugars wrote, I'm looking to know if there's a meaning of lights. You're being shown lights. Now, there is a medical condition where supposedly you can see sort of flashes of lights in your eyes. You'd need to research that yourself. I don't know much about that, but if you're seeing orbs, sort of tennis ball size or basketball size, then they are, in my opinion, spirits, souls, whatever you want to call them, light energy beings, are the ones that join with us when we die. Hippie Dads wrote, do you think the Anunnaki spliced our DNA? Yes, I do. When humans have got two fused chromosomes, number 23 and 24, someone done that. Fused them. I know if you go on Google, if you go on Google fused chromosomes, you'll come across, there's animals that's got fused chromosomes, like a horse or something like that. Now, I've tried to find the actual documentation for that, and all you get is people saying it on the websites. There's no It's like me starting a rumour, saying, oh, we've got, 6, I don't know, you know what I'm saying, I'm tired now, doing this too long, 5 hours or whatever it's been, 4 hours. But yeah, basically, as I said before, hopefully you heard me, fairly recently scientists have actually said they've spliced mice DNA and fused it together, and they've done that to create a smarter mice. So it makes sense that the Anunnaki definitely genetically messed with us. I mean, it says it in their tablets as well. Actually, they tried 6 or 7 times until they got the right one. June has wrote, see, TikTok didn't block my Laker team question. I've asked 6 questions and all blocked. Wow, sorry, June. You know me. I would read them out. You must, whatever the word is, there must be a word or something that you've put in there that TikTok. I would love to know if you could maybe spell it in sort of something dot, and then so I know what the word was that got blocked. Earth Angel Love has wrote facts. I'm hoping that's to do with me waffling on. Pappy V has wrote women. Not sure what that's referring to. Ski has wrote, how can you not say that aliens? How can you not say that there, as in THIER? They're aliens. God made them along with us and many others. How can I not say that God didn't make aliens? Quite easily. Because when we've got evidence now that physically we can create life from chemicals, I'm a god. Those scientists that have created life from these 5 different chemicals, there may be other chemicals. Someone put up a post on, I think I've counted like 3 different chemicals, but if you've got chemicals that can create life, which is a fact now, sorry, it's a fact, those people that created that life is a god. Capital G. Sorry. Has to be. If you can create life, then you're a god. Ski. Sorry. I know you don't want to hear that, but that's the way it is. Raphael's wrote, because aliens exist if people believe we are the only entity to exist in the whole universe. Yeah. Sorry. Gavers wrote, I heard that the jinn don't know the spelling. I've heard that of the jinn don't know spell. Oh, sorry, I've heard of the jinn. Yeah, some people spell it with JINN and some people spell it DJINN. So it's all cool. Yeah, the jinn. Yeah, they're in, and this is again my own research, and no one's debunked me. They can't because technically it's there in writing. But I'm the only one that's concluded that the Emerald Tablets of Thoth talk about the jinn, without even anyone else knowing it other than me. And it's not to say I'm genius, unless you want to call me a genius, but I have done that, and I've read it out I think on a Patreon video. So if anyone wants to know that the jinn and the light beings have been fighting since the dawn of time, as per the Emerald Tablets of Thoth. No, people's read the Emerald Tablets of Thoth. No one's concluded this because no one's actually looked at it the way I did, because I'm good like that. So if you're interested, that's on my Patreon page, and it's there. And then once you hear me reading it out, you go, of course it makes sense. When literally they say they're fighting each other since the dawn of time, they're always fighting. Anyway, sorry, I digress. Janie's wrote, please pop in for a direct channeling. Oh, bless you, Janie. I don't know if you're referring to me. I follow you now, but I don't know if you. Oh no, I don't follow you. Okay, I'm following you now. Lazy Asses wrote, wait, what you think of Bill Gates as evil? Why? You've got a guy that set up a depopulation foundation 1998 with his wife, and then a few years ago he's trying to save absolutely every single person, really. And he's already admitted the best way to wipe a population out is in the arm. He's done that. The videos are out there of him saying it a few years back. So you've got a guy that wants to depopulate. He tells you the best way to depopulate it. Then he funds the companies that can stick stuff in your arm, and tells you that he wants to save every single person. Go and have 5, 6 of them, and then No, no. Yeah, that's why I say he was a demon. Davis wrote, some possessions demonstrate demons. Well, again, jinn, in my opinion, Dave. Only because, obviously, no one can really say what a demon is. Again, the original translation of demon is a meteorite, but of course down the line people's used the word demon as something evil. Like, you know, there's people, as I say, that call aliens, all races of aliens, demons. I mean, that's just stupid to call every single race of aliens a demon. Again, it's just like monster. You don't know what a monster is, because you can't describe a monster. I mean, look at Monsters Inc. How many different monsters are in Monsters Inc? And that's because it's just something scary. That's what a monster is. One day people will start listening to me. Regulators wrote, could you please shed more light into why Enki chased humans out of the garden? It was Enlil. Technically he didn't chase them. It was Enlil. So basically, Enki took his son, Adapa, to see Enlil in his area, which was Eden at the time. And in Eden, it had spaceships and whatever else Enlil had there. And when... and this is, again, not me, it's in tablets that predate the Bible. So when Adapa got there, Enlil saw him covered over with a sackcloth or a loincloth or whatever it was over his private parts, and got angry at that. And obviously he didn't want him knowing the knowledge of technology, which is why some people now, religious people, started working out that the tree, the fictitious tree that is nowhere to be seen in the ancient texts, this fictitious tree is not a physical tree, it's a tree of knowledge. People are starting to wake up to that, but slowly. Ariel's wrote, what religion do the Anunnaki believe in? There was no religion for the Anunnaki. They do believe in a creator of everything, which is not mentioned in the Bible. But they do believe in the creator of everything. Now, what that is could be a computer program, could be, you know, an accident with particles on a hadron collider type thing. Could be, I have no idea, but they do believe in that. But they don't worship it. They call planets deities, which is why we have the shrine of Nibiru on Earth. We have it. Yeah, they actually wrote about it. I've done a whole video on my Patreon page. I know I keep advertising my Patreon page, but my God, if you want to learn stuff, go there. And I read it out. I show you the text. I'm physically showing you the translations and where they are, and I read them out, and I give my, dare I say it, sounding big-headed, my expert view on what they're actually talking about. Because obviously, if I start reading out, Ea said this and Ea said that, you'll be like, who the hell's Ea? So I say, you know, Ea was the original name for Enki before he got given South Africa to look after and stuff like that. So I use my knowledge to help people understand, you know, the ancient texts, the Emerald Tablets of Thoth. I've gone through them all on my Patreon page if you're interested. There's bits on there. There's links as well. You can just go there and free of charge for the link page. Just click on the links and go and read what I read. But obviously, if you want my knowledge with that, you know, where I'm explaining what things are and who belongs to who, like, you know, who's brother of sister and who's cousins and whatever else, I do those on the videos. So no, they had no religion. So that's why when people say to me, you know, why don't you believe in religion? It's because the Anunnaki had no religion. There's no point in believing something that's man-made, and obviously it's, you know, we believed in the Anunnaki, but it wasn't a religion. We worshipped each Anunnaki in their various different locations. Thank you, Bandera, for that. You don't have to. But we worshipped them. So each of the Anunnaki gods had temples, and even down to the demigods and stuff, like in Greece, same 12 Anunnakis were worshipped there. Just under different names. Enki was obviously Neptune, and then Poseidon. So, yeah. Blind Faith has wrote, what if aliens ask from the future? I've already covered that, but trust me, I did think that for a long time, very, very long time. But the more I researched, the more I worked out where each race that we're aware of come from. So unless there's a race that we're not aware of that came here, I mean, literally we've got the tablets to say that we was created by the Anunnaki. So the only way that would really work is if another race, the Anunnaki, was in the future, or we came back and became the Anunnaki to then create us again. It doesn't, yeah. Lewis has wrote, are spirits like jinn created beings? Yes, spot on, Lewis, well done. So, tell you what, go to the top of the class for that. So yes, so the jinn and the light energy beings, the orbs that we see, so from what I understand from the jinn, no one really sees them, whereas the light energy beings we can see. But the jinn are the ones that possess dolls, inanimate objects, which is why you got genie of the lamp. A jinn was the genie of the lamp. However, it wasn't actually a lamp, and it wasn't even in Agrabah. Agrabah was a made-up name for the movie for Aladdin. But anyway, that's another story. But yes, those two are light energy type beings. One's called, well, if you go by the Emerald Tablets, one's called night or dark, and the other one's called light. Which is why we get the stories of, light versus dark, and it doesn't mean nighttime and daytime. It actually means those energy beings that fight each other, which is why it's night versus dark. And I'm the one that worked that out. Pat on the back. Feel free to follow me. Big-headed. Thank you, Pandora. But you can watch. Just read the Emerald Tablets of Thoth now. You know what I've just told you, and it makes so much sense. And you'll be like, "Wow, our true history's a genius." Thank you for giving me the roses. I know I keep waffling on about how good I am, but I was a dunce at school, and probably still am a dunce. So I'm proud of myself. Anyway, Skiers wrote, "God created way cooler aliens." Again, you've got no proof of that. Zero, zilch, nada. You've technically got no proof of an almighty being other than the Anunnaki. But anyway, Dave's wrote, Ivory Rosewood has just given me another flower. Thank you. Dave wrote, I'd say it's survival. That was probably, I don't know what I was referring to now. Might have been to do with greed. Raphael's wrote, God is a myth, the Bible is fictional, and evolution doesn't make sense. Raphael, hopefully you're still here. Thank you, Angela. Raphael, explain. I'm very interested to know why you think evolution doesn't make sense. Explain why it doesn't. E.g., is it because humans have a missing link? Is that where you're going with that? If just say yes if I'm right. Because obviously humans have a missing link because of the Anunnaki. When you say the Bible's fictional, unfortunately the Bible does copy older texts, which we have the buildings and the structures of everything that the older text talks about, so it's not fictional. If you go down that. Gav's wrote, everything you've said about the jinns makes complete sense. Thanks for clearing that up for me. No problem at all. I have got, you're welcome. I have actually got, and with facts and evidence, I've got a 4-hour documentary that I made, properly edited and all that kind of stuff. 4-hour documentary on it's called Everything You Need to Know About Spirits, and it goes right from the beginning of time, believe it or not, from when the first spirits, which were the 9 orbs, large orbs, which were the long story. Watch my video, and it goes through reincarnation, near-death experiences. It goes through everything, and it's not just me talking about it. I actually show you where the evidence is for each of these things, just like I did with the mermaid video on my Patreon page. I show you the evidence of how I traced it back. No one else has done what I've done. I know it sounds big-headed, but you can hope if you listen to me enough, you know that I do my homework, and I'm very logical, and I break it right down. And mermaids were real. Whether or not they still are, can't say it. Mermaids are real. If you ever see a video of a mermaid where she's got a bra, move along. That's just one little snippet I'm going to give you from the video. You can go watch it on my Patreon page, patreon.com/Our True History, and look for the mermaid one. But mermaids, all the research I've done, and I've been doing this for 40 years, this ain't my first rodeo. All the research I've done, none of the mermaids ever had a bra. proper mermaids. So if you see a video of any kind with a mermaid wearing a bra, it's fake. That's straight away. And then I even go into what the actual male mermaids look like compared to the female ones, and the sirens. And anyway, I digress. Sorry, I know it sounds like an advert for my Patreon page, which is technically it is, because it's really cool, and you will learn a lot if you're interested, and you can go and research it yourself. If I'm wrong, I'm happy to be told I'm wrong, and actually someone show me the evidence where I'm wrong. Leo's wrote, if aliens created us, then how come they are not existing in Earth and humans are? So there was 900 Anunnaki aliens that came here before humans were here. The hominids were here. They created humans. Over time, obviously the Anunnaki bred, but to have a baby, it took them 3,600 years of our years to have a baby. They did have babies here on Earth, but by the time the flood came, there was only about, this is just me guessing because they don't write every single name down, but there's no reason for them to have more than 2,000 Anunnaki here by the time the flood came, the deluge, as it was said in the actual original text, which you can go and read yourself. Don't need a Bible, literally. But anyway, yeah, so there's no more than 2,000 Anunnaki, and of course the ones that came here originally, the 900, would have aged terribly, as it says in the tablets, that for whatever reason they aged twice as quick as they did on their home planet. So that's why the older ones died, and they were offered to go back to their home planet, the other ones, and some of them stayed because they were married, yet married humans, I know. Even though the humans would come and go because the longevity of our life compared to theirs. But anyway, so that's why they're not here now, because they either went or died or ended up staying in control, in my opinion, in the Vatican City, which is where they originally started. When I say originally started the period of where we don't see them anymore and we don't talk about them anymore. Skiers wrote, you tell God that. I can't. I don't know what you was referring to, but I can't tell Enki. He's died. Ski, if I told you that there's tablets that say the same thing as the Bible, but coherently compared to the Bible that's got a lot of stuff wrong. So if I tell you that, and that they're older than the Bible, and that the Bible copies fact, if you don't know that they copied older tablets, then you really shouldn't be reading the Bible. You should know what you're actually reading, otherwise you're a bit of a numpty. And I don't mean that rude, but I wouldn't read something without doing my homework. So if I told you, Ski, that there is an older tablets that the Bible copied from that make sense, what would you say? Would you say that the original ones are fake and shouldn't be trusted? Are you saying that, Ski? Are you saying that you should trust the man-made version that's got a lot of errors with it, even though we know that the Bible copied the older texts? Are you saying that, Ski? Are you really saying that? I'm just trying to get my head around it, how religious people can blindly not want to know. Now I've told you, are you still going to go with the Bible and not look into the ancient texts that the Bible copied from? Really? I don't get it. It's so easy to brainwash people. I don't mean to sound rude, but if that's how easy it is, no wonder why David Koresh back in Waco got hold of those people and made them kill themselves. How crazy is that? Because he said he was a son of, I think he said he's a son of God or Jesus, something like that. How easy is it if people don't do their homework? Sorry, I don't mean knock people. It's just I can't do that. It's just not me. I need to size it all up and look. Gavers wrote, I keep hearing the name Anunnaki. Is it who or what is that, please? So it's a race called the Elohim on a planet called Nibiru in our solar system. 3,600 year elliptical orbit around our sun. So the Elohim sent 900 Anunnaki here to mine for gold. 300 stayed in the Abzu to actually do the mining. 300 stayed in Mesopotamia, and 300, the younger ones, the Ajiji, which were the younger ones at that point, went to Mars as an away station. King Anu gave the name to the Anunnaki, to the Elohim that's on Earth. He gave them the name Anunnaki, those from space that came to Earth. Now, obviously, the other people's translations, those from heaven, came to Earth, but it's really space. Now, although saying that, some translations do make it sound like they also called Nibiru heaven. So I'll give you that. But anyway, either way, they came to Earth. And the Ajiji was given the name, the young Anunnaki were given the name Ajiji as the Watchers, because they were the ones waiting for the gold to be transferred to Mars, and then they transferred that onwards to Nibiru every time it came round. Christina has wrote, angels are aliens. That's why they come from the sky. Never heard of angels coming from underneath. No, they don't. Actually, angels are messengers. If you're going to do it properly, look at just after I finish chatting, go look up what the translation of angels is, and you'll see it's messengers. And then you go back to the original text, which I've done videos on my TikTok. So if you ain't following me, feel free to watch. I've got 1,050 or 1,080 videos, and I cover and I show the ancient texts about messengers, and I show you. It's all covered. That's why no one bunks me. I know I keep going on about that, but I'm trying to show you guys that it's easy for me not to be debunked, because I can just point to it. So as soon as someone says you're wrong, I just say, show me yours and I'll show you mine. Davis wrote, Space Force operates a lot of those. Not sure what. Are you referring to the X-37s? Possibly, yes. You probably would be right. Junas wrote, knowing what you know, do you still eat pork? I don't eat them as much after learning about it. So what June's referring to is the fact that the Anunnaki ran out of food sources way back, or humans ran out of food sources way back about 10,000 years ago, and they genetically created a species called pig from boar and human, which is why the pig has teeth, our eyes, our skin, our livers, our da-da-da-da-da-da, way more than chimpanzees. So you can forget chimpanzees as being the next closest thing. The pig is the next. That's why we do skin grafts with pigs. That's why we do heart transplants with pigs, not chimpanzees. And you know the answer why they say they don't use chimpanzees or monkeys? Ethical grounds. Yeah, right. They don't want us to know that the pigs have got our teeth. Human teeth. There is a humongous list of what the pigs have got that we have. No other animals comes close to what pigs. Anyway, and that's why they get sunburnt, because they're not indigenous to this planet. Same reason why the Anunnaki got sunburnt. Same reason why white people get sunburnt, because the skin, the white skin. Anyway, so because that's the reason why Islam or Muslims or whatever you want to call them don't want to eat pork. It's because they know it's dirty meat. It's cannibalism. Because they know, because they've translated it as bad meat, which is fine. So what Jun's asking me is, do I eat sausages now, knowing that technically pigs are half human? The answer is, I had sausages this morning for breakfast. Sorry. Leah's wrote, people that incline towards... I don't eat much, so the few things that I do eat, and sausages is one of them. Leah's wrote, people that incline towards worldly illusions will not find God. People that incline towards worldly illusions. Wouldn't you say it the other way around, though? Wouldn't you say people that blindly cling to a book that's a copy of other ancient texts will not find the real answers, instead of saying find a real God? I'll just throw that back at you, simply because obviously you go by the ancient... I go by the ancient tablets. Ariel's wrote, Hinduism is the closest consciousness is the supreme God. Without awareness, you don't exist. When you say without awareness, are you on about without sentient? In other words, I, therefore I am. Because obviously, a rat probably doesn't understand that, but is still alive with consciousness. So I still wouldn't agree that consciousness is the supreme God. Sorry. Big Red has wrote patreon.com. I'm getting everything except your page. / Our True History. Sorry, Big Red. Patreon.com / Our True History. All one word, Our True History. And you'll see loads of videos there. Live chats as well. I put ones up there that I don't put other places. Images, true stories. Those true stories are quite cool. 40 years of research, I've come across some doozies. And they're very quick. They're only, 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 minutes each. But there's some fantastic stories in there. Not just about ancient aliens, but spirits, coincidences, severe coincidences. One such thing, I've got to tell you, sorry, you're going to love this. This is a true story, absolutely true story. And it was in newspapers and everything years ago. I'm going to be very brief. Basically, a guy in the States was leaving his office and he was going to the airport. He was running behind and went straight to the airport. His secretary didn't know that at this point. So anyway, this was early in the morning. So he gets on a flight. It's an internal flight in the States, and arrives and decides to drop off his stuff at the hotel and go back, go out for something to eat. So he's walking along the streets, and this is like 5 o'clock now. Time zone, I think, also changed. So anyway, so it's now 5 o'clock for him there. Anyway, so he's walking along, and his payphone, this is going back in the early 80s, this actually happened. A payphone starts ringing, and he walks, sorry if you've heard this one before, but it's a fascinating story. Payphone starts ringing, so he looks around, no one's there, so he picks it up and says hello, and his voice says, "So, what time are you leaving for the airport?" And it's his freaking secretary. And he's like, "What?" She says, "What time are you leaving for the airport?" He says, "Who's it?" And found out it was his secretary. She goes, "You're at home, yeah? The flight's tomorrow." "No, it was today." "How the hell did you get this number?" She says, "I dialed your number." And turns out she dialed the wrong number, but still got him. And she thought, how crazy is that? Even in a different area, he managed. Anyway, sorry, I found that cool. Yeah, Patreon.com. True stories are on there. You'll find them fascinating. Bigfoot stories and everything. It's quite fascinating. I know I keep plugging Patreon. Skiers wrote 100 billion different galaxies. We are only in one. Correct. Probably more than that, to be honest with you. Jane had told Anna Hill, "Please only ask your questions once." That's why I'm guessing Cherie muted that person for a short while. Ariel, thank you, Jane. Appreciate your help there. There are different modes of consciousness and levels of awareness, but without it, you will not exist. That's slightly better than, for me, not being rude. That's slightly better than saying that without it, God, a supreme God, is the consciousness. I don't get that part, but Raphael's wrote, "I don't need to believe." That sounds like a T-shirt with Mulder on it and Scully. 3REE has wrote, "From the very centre of it all." I'm not sure what that's referring to. Gav has wrote, "That's it, Anunnaki I'm interested in." Yeah, feel free to, you don't have to go on my Patreon page. I've got 1,000 odd videos talking about the Anunnaki, and I tell you what they look like, I tell you what they eat, literally I go through everything to do with the Anunnaki, as well as Bigfoots and all sorts of other stuff. But yeah, I'm fascinated by the Anunnaki because we've actually got texts that tell us, and their buildings and everything else, so it's amazing. David wrote, "Nope, I've never said I think you are stupid, and you've never asked me any questions." Probably not. Never asked you any questions because I don't know where you're coming from. So it'd be, I, if I said to you, I don't know whether you're religious or whatever. So if I asked you a question, you could probably just turn around and say, "No, I'm not religious," and that would shoot me down and make me look stupid. So I probably haven't asked you any questions, though. Sorry. Lazy Artist wrote, "What tablets and what proof they really exist?" Oh, the tablets are real. I mean, it's literally they're finding them every day. There's a new temple that's been found. Well, it's not a new temple. It's an old temple, but they're redigging up and finding more. And it was Ninurta's temple, which was Enlil's son's temple. And they every day there's a project called Project. I was watching it the other day actually. The actual museum that does it. It's also funded by the Rockefellers, so you're never going to see British Museum and the Rockefellers. And it's called I think it's called something like the Geist Project. And they're digging and pulling out these tablets, and they're showing. Actually, I watched the whole video done by them, showing how they pull the cuneiform tablets out, how they clean them, and then catalogue them and stuff. It's quite fascinating. But the problem is, the British Museum is actually also called the Rockefeller Museum, and the Rockefellers are funding this Geist, if I remember the name correctly, project. So basically, we're never going to see the original tablets, but there's tablets there. So we've got older tablets that we do have that the Rockefellers didn't quite get and hide before it's too late. So we've got translations of those older tablets, and the tablets are in the British Museum. I can't remember now. I've lost my train of thought on how many tablets were in the British Museum, but I think 300,000, something like that, 200,000. So that's just the British Museum alone. So yeah, they're real. The tablets are real, and of course, how do we know they're real? Because they talk about things, and we can actually find the things they talk about. So yeah, they're real. Kenny, sorry, it scrolled all the way to the bottom again, so I'm now stuck with where I am. So the next question was now from Kenny, so I've missed the chunk. Not my fault, TikTok. Kenny's wrote, "Look, idiots, your science can't ever erase my God." Wow, Kenny. Your science can't ever erase my God. So you're going by a book that lots of people have told you to believe, that even though it's changed. You do realise Enoch was in there loads of times in the Old Testament, and right down to the newest Bible. Don't ask me what it's called. Enoch's in there once, Kenny. So which one do you want to believe, Kenny? Kenny, pick one. You can't have them all, because if you have them all, then you're going to have to go with the plural, gods, Old Testament, Genesis 1:26. You're going to have to go with that, Kenny. You can't choose both. So which one are you going to go with, Kenny? Kenny's going to choose right now. Praise the Lord, everybody. Oh, we can feel the power. Kenny's going to tell us which one he's going to go with. Genesis 1:26, where they're plural, or is he going to go with the man-made version? Thank you, Pandera. Bless you, my child. Give love to yourself. But Kenny, you're not going to choose one because you realise that one is different from the other. So thank you, Pandera. This is, I don't mean to. Yes, I do. Thank you, Pandera. Anna Hill has wrote, "Wish we could all talk in person, laugh out loud, open-minded." I'll see if I can do a live tomorrow. Can't guarantee it because I want to do that video, literally, that will prove Kenny very sad, where it's basically reads out all the translations of the text. Now, Kenny could say 2 million tablets are fake, over thousands of years in different languages, etc. Kenny could say that. Kenny's not going to say that because Kenny's not stupid. Are you, Kenny? So Kenny's going to look at, I'm going to put, it's going to be a long video, very long, but I'm going to put about half hour up on YouTube before I put, and the whole lot will be on Patreon. But Kenny can look at half hour of the Anunnaki talking about how they're going to create humans, etc., in an order. And I'll be showing the actual translations, and I'll be showing where you can find those translations. It's going to be amazing, Kenny. You're going to love it. Ariel's wrote, "The more comments that are the longer it will take him to get to your comments." Wait, sorry. Thank you, Ariel. Appreciate that. Sherry's wrote to Kenny, "Well, it shouldn't bother you, but it does. But it looks like it does." that's a fair point, actually. If you've got your own belief, and I'm telling you that there's older stuff, and yeah, I mean, if your belief is that strong in a man-made, in a changed, in a in a Bible that we didn't even know some of the language that we now know. You know, we didn't know things like flying, aeroplanes, UFOs, levitation, lasers, which do actually appear in the Mahabharata, as well as a few other Indian texts, as well as when Alalula zaps the snake, and also speaking of the Great Pyramid, more and more researchers are now actually saying that there were things inside the Great Pyramid. I mean, even the Y-Files was talking. I wish I'd be able to do a live with him, because he misses a few things, which is a shame because he's good. Like he was talking about the crystals in the, not crystals, the Great Pyramid. Things were destroyed in there by some sort of heat, and he's just attributing it to something else. But of course, we know that Ninurta went in there and was chasing Marduk, trying to shoot him. And Marduk was trying to climb out, and that's why the crystals got broke, etc., etc. So we've got the reason why there's heat in there, because they was using these laser beams. And of course, that's why the second entrance for the Great Pyramid was there. Now, of course, no one knows why there's two entrances, and that's because the Ninurta actually had to break through it and try and get in to get Marduk out. Thank you, Pantera. Sorry, I waffle. Ariel's wrote, what I really want to know is, what religion do the Anunnaki believe in? They don't actually have a religion. They don't. They do believe in the creator of everything, but they don't have a religion. So when you look at any old, original texts, there's nothing. I know someone earlier said that the Anunnaki prayed, and I said, no problem at all, show me the evidence, because although I've missed chunks, I'm guessing they haven't got any evidence. So there's nothing for me to say that the Anunnaki prayed or worshipped anything other than planets, which they classed as deities. And you should read the way they talk about planets. I mean, Tiamat and the moons, if you read the tablets, literally it's like the fierce Tiamat with its teeth and its eyes and things like that, and when they talk about dragons, which was comets in the sky, and its fierce teeth and its long tail, 300 works out to be 300 miles long, and they sent up some Anunnaki to try and stop it from becoming a demon, which is coming into Earth's atmosphere. So user 53 is right. What about Star Wars movie? Do you believe that they are trying to soften us up to aliens? Not in the way you're probably thinking. The only reason why I think they would do that is for the Project Bluebeam. I know people say that's daft, but I'd heard about them using holographic technology back in the 80s. So I kind of do believe in the Project Bluebeam. So if they're going to do anything, of course, obviously Star Wars technically was an independent project, and of course way back before that we had Flash Gordon, and we had Aliens from Mars, and It Came from Mars, and all these old programs. Of course, after 1947, everything became flying saucers from Mars and stuff like that. So, but yeah, I don't think they're trying to soften us up as such. Anna Hills wrote, Mars was their battleground. Well, see, supposedly there's isotopes on Mars that show that there was a nuclear explosion, and therefore that's what destroyed Mars. But there's no evidence other than, and of course, the people I'd heard about the isotopes back in the 80s, and I don't think any missions to Mars back then could have, sent back isotopes on. I might be wrong, but I don't know. But of course, other than the isotopes, there's no other evidence that I'm aware of that would say that there was any battles on Mars. We do have the Igigi being on Mars, and we do have the Lahmu, which is Mars, creatures that they brought down from Mars. There's creatures they rode here on Earth that belong to Mars. So what that is, I do not know. My guess is some sort of horse-type creature, I guess. But it does... it kind of reads like they fly, these creatures, and that the Anunnaki were riding them. And, it's not me. You just go on British Oxford University website, type in Lahmu. Don't ask me how you spell it. You have to Google that first. Type in Lahmu, Luhma or Mu. Sorry. And then type in Mars, and you'll get the correct spelling. And then you type that into the Oxford University translations, and you'll eventually come across where it talks about the Lahmu creatures, and then you'll eventually read that Enlil was saying people gather up on the Lahmu creatures and ride and go to this place and go to that place. But it does, the way it reads, it kind of sounds like they fly. Tug Wash is right. I created 4 mini-me's. I am a god. They always remembering to call me when they want something. Excellent. Yes, my daughter's very similar to that. Bank of our true history. And then Cherry's wrote Tug Wash me too. Brilliant. Very good. I'm trying to read questions here. I might have to shoot soon, but before I do have a website called ourtruehistory.co.uk, which has got all the videos on there in sets of 5 and 50, or you can just scroll all the way to the very bottom of TikTok, which is a hell of a lot because there's 1,050. So you're better off watching them. And if you do watch them on TikTok, click favourite. Not because I don't care whether you do, but you can then go back in your profile and look at your favourites, and then you can carry on from there if you're interested in watching them. Ideally, if you watch them in order from 1 onwards, because I actually cover all the things in order, right up, including spirits and how the Book of the Dead for the Egyptians, all that kind of stuff. 11A LB's right. Monsters Inc. is about adrenal. Yeah. I'm not going to say the word out, but yeah. Sorry, it'll probably get blocked for. My Mustang is right. What does AI say about origin of humans? It says that from when I've been messing around with AI, trying to catch it out, I actually say to it things like, would you agree then that because you've just said this X, Y, Z, that it makes sense that the Anunnaki did create humans, that kind of thing. I say it to like that. It always comes back with, as an AI, I can't agree or disagree, but the Anunnaki are mythological, blah, blah, blah. And then it goes on to say that the Anunnakis, or the ancient Sumerian texts that talk about creating humans, blah, 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 is mythological. And then I say, okay, did the Bible copy the Sumerian text? And it says yes, the Bible copied that as well as many other different language texts, Akkadians, etc., which is correct. So then I say to it, right, so if the Bible copied it, why are you calling it a myth if the Bible's fact? And it says, well, as an AI, I can't really say, but a lot of people believe the Bible, but less people believe the tablets that the Bible got. Yeah, right, gotcha. So yeah, it will say, but it will say it's a myth. Indigo has wrote Prime Creator. That's probably to do with the creator of everything. Again, still not sure what that is. Ariel's wrote, why could the creator of everything be consciousness? Why could the creator of everything be conscious? It could. I'm not. It doesn't sit right with me, but from that point of view, not a god, but the creator of everything, which could be, a computer code, even, if we're in a simulation. So, yeah. So from that point, I'll concede on that, Ariel. Well done. But not as an almighty being, but maybe of some other description. Gavers wrote, just one more question. Did all this start with the Big Bang? Maybe a silly question. No, it's not a silly question. The oldest record that I'm ever aware of that talked about the beginning of the universe, which you have to say is pretty impressive considering the age of the documents that talk about it, would have been the Emerald Tablets of Thoth. Now, there's no set date on when they were, but we have dates of the translations, and we're talking 1200. The Latin version was, forgive me, I'm tired now. Was it 1200 BC, something like that, or was it 1200 AD? Forgive me, I can't remember exactly. But either way, it's a long time ago for us to not even know what a universe is. But it talks about it being created from a thought. So the old ancient tablets, the Emerald Tablets of Thoth, go back to, Thoth would have been the name for the Egyptian before he became Hermes over in Greece, when they went to their holiday home at the top of a hill. You can Mount Olympus. Yeah, anyway, you get the idea. So in that Emerald Tablets of Thoth, they talk about the universe being created with a thought. Again, what that is, no idea. Angela's wrote, I felt Arcturian and Palladians protect us. Oh, sorry, I'm guessing that's Phil. I feel Arcturian and Palladians protect us, and I have a lot of dreams with them. Can you explain why? Well, supposedly the Palladians, if you believe in Billy Meyer, they want to enlighten us, they want to help us. They were possibly also the ones that had tried to persuade President Eisenhower to get rid of the nukes, and they will teach us how to clean up our waters, etc., etc. But Eisenhower said no, and then the Greys, or the tall whites, ended up coming down 2 weeks later and doing a deal with Eisenhower where they were allowed to abduct humans as long as the secret military complex got hold of the data of the people that they were kidnapping and putting back. Of course, they didn't end up giving all the data over, which is why the secret military complex had to create a task force called Men in Black to go and ask these people that's been abducted, when they find out that certain people's been abducted, what actually happened, who was what, and blah blah blah, and then to wipe their memories of them even talking to them using a blue light. And if you don't believe me, go research blue light loses memories, or what wipes short-term memories. It's a real thing. So Palladians supposedly do contact us in our dreams, from a lot of people saying that. Now, whether or not it's true, whether or not they're just dreaming it, but yeah, that's supposedly what they do. So that would explain why you have them in dreams. Thank you, Pandera. Honestly, Pandera, appreciate it. I know you must be... No, please stop. Thank you. I feel bad. Indigo's wrote, significance behind Cradle of Humankind. The significance. I'm not sure what you mean by significance of the Cradle of Humankind. I don't know what you mean by significance. I'm guessing you're referring to the word cradle. I think that's probably just a more modern word. Yeah, I would say that's... I've never read anything like that in the ancient texts. Areas, right, if you can conscientiously or even unconsciously imagine anything, why not consciousness? Well, there was that episode, isn't there, the Star Trek Next Generation episode where No Man's Gone Before, where they get sent so far away that whatever they think becomes reality. And manifestation is also part of that, where supposedly as a group you can concentrate on something and create, e.g. Slender Man, you can create rain. In other words, like praying, and that's where praying comes from, but not a lot of religious people want to hear that. They want to think that it's praying to an almighty God, which the Anunnaki never did have you praying in that way. You would worship them, you would take them food, but you didn't pray. Well, technically there were prayers for them, but it wasn't you sitting there going, oh, please. It was more like hymn prayers, and we've actually got the text of them with their hymn prayers. So it was a prayer as in not like, oh, please God, give me rain today. It was more like, oh, Ninurta's amazing. He's took out Anzu and in his flying chariot and da 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 da. So yes, consciousness in terms of manifestation is apparently a real thing. Anne Hills wrote, I'm going to have to shoot soon, guys. My throat's going. I resonate with Enki a lot. Maybe he's my great 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 granddad or something. Love it, love. He was, I still do appreciate his knowledge, and skills. I think he was amazing. Although he did tinker with animals and create mermaids and whatever else, but go watch my Patreon page for more information on that. And Anna Hills wrote Jupiter Ascending. There was a film called that, wasn't there? Gavers wrote, everything you've said about the gym makes complete sense. Thanks for clearing that up a lot to me. No problems. I think I'm so far behind. I think I'd have reread that. Excuse me. 11A has wrote, the proof of the creator is God, or is that we are here? The proof of the creator or a God is that we are here. Not so much when you realise that you can actually create just out of chemicals, and chemicals are everywhere, on the moon, in space, on plants, a rock, everything's got chemicals. When you realise you can genuinely create life from chemicals now, which we have, then that negates the God. Sorry, what you're saying there is because life is here, therefore it's a God, and of course then one would argue, well, where did God come from? But you don't have to argue that anymore. You can just say, well, humans are gods now because we can create life. If you're saying life is created by God, then humans, those scientists that have created life, are gods. Regulators wrote, yes, what's the missing link? Well, it's the genetic modification of a hominid with an Anunnaki, and that's why we have a missing link. We're back, basically, we was upgraded from a hominid. Ivories wrote, they have modified and manipulated the old text. Are you referring to the Sumerian text? I don't think so. I don't think that they would have. Bearing in mind we've got translations from 200 years ago. This is before the Rockefellers were even a thing. So for people to manipulate the translations to add aliens in our mix and say that we physically were created by aliens, they tried 6 or 7 times and each one had disabilities, and to go for all of that to manipulate the text, it doesn't make sense. Of course, other people could also translate it, so then they would have to bump them off. Or nowadays, the more modern texts that they find, when I say modern, recent texts that they find of ancient texts, e.g. tablets, yes, they won't show us, but if there's anything to do with Anunnaki on it. Kayla's wrote, how do you get your information? 40 years of solid research, basically. I know some thingy, I have said it in my videos, so I've gone through. So if you want to follow me and go from number 1 onwards, I explain on some of those videos where I've done my research, etc. But it's not from university, because if it was university, I would know nothing. Trust me. They sack bloody professors. K Wood 10 has wrote, where is video? I'm not sure which one you're referring to. I'm behind on the question, so I don't know which one you're actually talking about. But if you want to watch my videos, then either on my TikTok or on YouTube as Our True History, just type in Our True History Parts, or on ourtruehistory.co.uk. Sorry, I don't know which particular thing I was referring to at that point. Gavers wrote, reincarnation, I really want to believe. Oh, trust me, you don't have to watch my video on Patreon page all about everything you need to know about aliens for 4 hours with my documentary. You just go to Virginia University or look up them and type in reincarnation for Virginia University, and they have case studies where they've done 2,500 case studies, and 1,200 approximately of them they could not debunk in any shape or form. Basically, that means they got hold of the kids. Most of the time, it's kids that's telling them that they should be with their real mum from a previous life, or they've got birth defects from where they died from a previous life. Gunshot wounds, so they've got birthmarks, all this kind of stuff. And they can't debunk, absolutely cannot debunk 1,200 of them. Literally, the child's told you the nicknames of friends and families and of the previous life that they were in. And they even, my video goes into all of this, so if you want to watch it, you can. But they even talk about the area. Normally, it's somewhere that's fairly close to the next reincarnation. It doesn't matter whether you're a boy, girl, black, white, religious or not. It's generally in, you don't need an aeroplane to fly to the next place. And sometimes the reincarnations happen, a year or two apart, so they actually can have photographs of the previous person. And in fact, some of the kids that end up growing up, because they've been doing this research for a long time, actually look like the person they was before. How cool or strange is that? Isn't that strange? But yeah, so I cover it all in my 4-hour video called Everything You Need to Know About Spirits on my patreon.com/Outro History. But if you don't want to go there, you can just go to University of Virginia and watch all their stuff if you want to. Alfredo's wrote, I've spent 50 years trying to debunk this gentleman and I haven't been able to yet. Oh, bless you, Alfredo. Ivory Rose has wrote, what does the Anunnaki look like? So the picture of Michelangelo that drew of the god with the white beard, blue eyes, blonde hair. That's the Anunnaki, basically. The oldest carvings have them wearing turbans and some sort of headgear, just because basically kept their hair up. And they did get sunburnt. They found it very hot. They did talk about it being very hot a lot when they first arrived here. Of course, they were in the Middle East, so anyone would say it's hot. But yeah, and they were 8 to 12 foot tall, which is why if you look back at the ancient buildings, you'll find the doorways are 15 foot tall, at least. And I've done videos. If you watch all the videos, I point out all the doorways and say that who the hell in their right mind would build a doorway 15 to 16 foot tall, unless you are massive. But it all makes sense. They look like us, basically, but pale skin. I know people say they're dark skinned, but I keep asking for evidence, and all I get is just people pointing me to YouTube videos or to modern pictures of someone drawing someone black with a beard. It's just... if I'm wrong, I'm wrong, but everything points to them being pale skin. Did they breed with humans from Wu Jin? Yes, they did, 100,000 years ago, which gave us the Rh negative blood in the Middle East. Ivory Rose wrote that. I read that one. Leanne's wrote, what was here to mate with? Were they small black cavemen? Are humans tall from alien breeding? So my research has led me to believe that it was hominid. The hominid that they genetically modified was the Neanderthal. Now, people say that there's no Neanderthal DNA in black people. However, fairly recently, the Princeton University have actually turned around and said, yeah, there is. So where I've been saying all along, I know Sherry might disagree with me, but where I only went by the characteristics that's written in the tablets of what the hominids were doing, what they looked like, and stuff like that. Sherry sent me a rose. I've stuck to my guns, haven't I, with this Neanderthal, even though people kept saying to me, no DNA in black people, and of course now Princeton's coming out with, well, yeah, there is. But, so I'm quite proud of myself for sticking to my guns. But it's only because of the characteristics and what they were talking about, the hair and everything else, and the red hair and whatnot, that led me to the Neanderthal as opposed to Homo erectus, for example, because Neanderthal technically was Europe, according to people like Sherry, who's an anthropologist, if I get that name right. So they weren't, as you wrote, black cavemen. They would have been hominids, and the ones that they genetically used were living up trees, probably to get away from maybe lions and tigers and bears. Oh my! But anyway, so your question were they small black cavemen? They were small hominids, such as Neanderthal. Are humans tall from alien breeding? I would say yes. I would say Sherry will probably be able to answer that more than me, in terms of descriptions of heights from way back. My guess is that we would have probably been, bearing in mind the Anunnaki is 8 to 12 foot tall. So my guess is the first Homo sapiens would probably been taller. I'm just guessing taller than the Neanderthals or the hominids around at that point. I might be wrong, because the only oldest sort of ancestor we have is Lucy, unless Sherry knows of a different one that I'm not aware of. And that was found in Africa as well, South Africa, which they call it Lucy. That was a skull that they found. So yeah, that's hopefully the answer to your question. But Sherry will probably... That's why I want to do a live chat with Sherry, because she knows this stuff that I would love to know. Thomas wrote, where would their bones be? So the Anunnaki buried their dead big time. I mean, like Gilgamesh they parted the waters and buried his tomb underneath the Euphrates. It says so. I've read it out in the tablets. So they buried their dead. They even buried Alalula on Mars. So they buried their dead. Now, whether or not mainstreams found their dead. Now, as I say, there was only probably 2,000 of them in total here on Earth by the time of the flood. So they'd been here for 440,000 years, give or take. But the offspring off of the Anunnaki and humans, the ones that had, in my opinion, gigantism, because they didn't all have they didn't always have giant children. So the ones that were giants, and I mean giants bigger than the parent, which would have been 8 to 12 foot tall, those bones we have found many times. So back in 2016, there was a rancher found, I think it was a 9-foot skeleton, and I read the actual newspaper article, and it was in America, so obviously the giants did move around. And I know 9 foot's not giant, but anyway, I'm pointing out. Anyway, at the end of the newspaper piece, it said that he's going to donate it to the Smithsonian. Now, you can guarantee that you go to the Smithsonian and ask for a 9-foot skeleton that they got, they'll say, nope. There's a whole story of the Smithsonian, bearing in mind Rockefeller's pretty much fund it and probably pretty much own it. So, yeah, the bones for giant skeletons, we're lucky if we see them, because people get paid off, bumped off, whatever. So yeah. Lorna has wrote, what's your thoughts on Lilith? So Lilith was... I always struggle with this one. Can you write what Liz... I'm forgetting now, because... Lilith weren't Jesus' wife, was it? No, that would have been Mary Magdalene. Or was that Mary? I'm getting confused now on Lilith. Lilith. Oh, sorry. Someone write down who Lilith was and pin it, and so I can read it. Sorry, I'm trying to remember which one Lilith was. So I know technically Lilith isn't the name that I would know it as. That's what I'm trying to remember. Because obviously, if it was like Titi, or was the first Adamu woman, again, that's not the names that they would have used. So it's a more modern name that they've used for Lilith. Before Eve, Lilith was made first with Adam. Yeah, well, So yeah, so that's where the Bible kind of cocks up, because they talk about Adam and Eve as being. Thank you, Alfredo, and Sherry and whoever else pinned it up. So yeah, so the Bible kind of says there was Adam and Eve, and that's the end of it. But there wasn't. There was the species over in the Homo sapiens over in South Africa that came first. Now there is two names for they actually had two names for the two very first two successful humans, or Adamu as they was called. Sitchins wrote down the names of them. I can't remember the names of them, but that Lilith then would have been, if that's what Lilith ended up being, would have been the very first, not Eve, because Titi was Eve. So if it's before Adam and Eve, or technically the real Adam and Eve, the very first Adam and Eve, that we believe as Adam and Eve, the first humans, Lilith would have been that female that was pale skin, sand colour hair, blue eyes, like the Anunnaki, and the Adamu, the first male which came out first, would have been red skin, and more red like clay, as it said. Because they wouldn't have, if the Anunnaki were red, then they would have just said, "Oh, they look like us," but they didn't. They said it looked like red like clay. So that would have been the first Lilith, if. But of course, as I say, the Bible's kind of mixed things up and ended up talking about the rib coming out of Adam and Eve. But there was no rib coming out of Adamu over in Africa. But the rib was actually from, if you go by Lost Book of Enki, was from, and I don't even think it was from. I think it was actually taken from Enki, if I remember correctly. His son, Ningazida took his rib, so it wasn't even to do with Adam and Eve, if I remember correctly from the Lost Book of Enki. So yeah, so that's who Lilith would have been. So that's the problem with the Bible. It doesn't really tell you the fact that there was two lots of Adam and Eves, the ones in Africa and then the ones in Mesopotamia, Middle East. Doesn't tell you that because it kind of messes it all up. Wu Jin has wrote the Dead Sea Scrolls Valletta Fide historical writings in the Bible. Yeah, I mean, well, the Dead Sea Scrolls also have three versions of each, three different versions but in different languages, which some of that information on those Dead Sea Scrolls have been found in the Bible, which is how they could actually translate back the Sumerian. That's how they actually, sort of the Rosetta Stone, that's how they could find how to read Sumerian. Globetard has put a little thumbs up. Hi there. And then Globetard's wrote facts. Watson's Success has wrote Astrahasis is not... Astrahasis, sorry. And the Lost Book of Entire... I mean, that's technically Lost Book of Enki. It should have been. Read it. Watson, I've read that, obviously, over and over. Wu Jin has wrote, it said that there's ancient writings in China speak of the Garden of Eden. What one says that? It said, I'm very interested to know which one it says that, because first of all, China wasn't, the name China wasn't around, so you would have to know what translation that was. I'm perplexed by that. Doesn't sit right with me. So, which particular book was that? I mean, I've read them. It would have to be the Astrahasis. But I've read that over and over, and it doesn't say that. Sorry, I was getting mixed up with the two people there. Eugene said it said the ancient writings. Sorry, I was thinking you meant the person above's books that you was talking about. Eugene, if you could let me know where that says the ancient writings of China, I'd be very interested. Chrissy's wrote, dude, where do you get info? Too long to explain, but I do decent amount of research. I know. Sorry, I'm tired. I've been doing this since 5 o'clock. Oh my God, it's nearly 10. Wow. Okay, I'm gonna have to shoot. Sorry, I didn't realise it was so late. Sorry, K Woods wrote. Sorry, I can't help it. Woods wrote. I think that was Jim Jones, not. So I don't know what that means. Chrissy69 wrote, prove it. Not sure what you're referring to, but obviously anyone that's been listening to me for any length of time knows I've proved it over and over and over and over. And again, if you want to, Chrissy, if you're referring to the Anunnaki, A, do your own research, and B, just go and look at the tablets, translations where it literally says that they genetically created humans with MEs and stuff like that. Right, I'm probably going to have to shoot, guys. I didn't realise it was so late. So thank you very much. Sorry to dive off now, but thank you very much for an enjoyable 5 hours since 5 o'clock. My voice is gone. I'm going to go get a drink now. Thank you to the moderators as well, by the way. Thank you, Sherry. You don't have to, Sherry. You know I do this for fun. Honestly, you don't have to. And Pandero, both of you. Stop! Appreciate it, but thank you. But yeah, thanks to the moderators as well tonight. And people are thanking me. That's nice. Thank you. Lorna says, thank you, been very informative. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, it's all out there. It's not me, I'm just putting it out there and showing you what's there. Alfredo's wrote, thank you, sir. Got to go to the top of the class. Yeah, thank you. Brilliant. Enjoyed tonight. Thank you very much. I might put this on YouTube tomorrow if anyone wants to go back and listen to me waffling on. The regulators wrote, thank you, go get some rest now. Thank you, my voice is completely going, you can probably hear. And Jane has wrote, thank you, enjoyed the live. Oh, thank you, Jane. Thank you for giving me the time checks, and thank you for even listening. I mean, I know I repeat a lot of the same stuff because I have to, because obviously new people come on, and I feel bad for the people that's listened to me so many times before, but Alfredo wrote, can you put the live where I was first, second, third? I don't know which one that was now. TikTok deletes them after a certain amount of time if I don't download them. Sorry, Alfredo. I don't know which one that was. Sorry. Alright, I'm going to have to shoot. I've got my little boy to sort out, as you all know. So thank you again, guys. Take care. And remember my Patreon page, only because it's got the links there. If nothing else, just go look at the links and have a little look around. Your jaw will drop when you read the translations, and you'll just think, oh my god. And Kishi's wrote off to Patreon. Oh, bless you. But yeah, you don't have to. But the links are there. Just the links alone is worth their weight in gold, because that's where I get my information from. Anna Hayes wrote, thank you, you made my day. Oh, bless you. Thank you very much. That's very nice of you. Brilliant. Okay, alright, I better shoot. Thank you, and I'll talk to you all guys very soon. You can go and do something now. You can leave me alone and do whatever you want to do. Thank you guys for taking the time. Thank you guys.